Be checking out The Tribe Must Survive. This is a sponsored segment to this stream, so I am being paid to do this, for just the full disclosure and all that said. Now, that said, I have played this game before. The devs behind this game did invite me to play the alpha playtest when it came out. I don't remember how long it's been, but it's been something like a year or 8 months or something like that. It's been a while. And we did play it on the channel, and it was a good time. We actually really enjoyed it, but it was like an early alpha playtest, and it was just one of those things, like, I had a good time, but we kind of hit what was done at that point, because I don't remember how many chapters it was at that time, but I think it was something like 5 chapters, but only like the first 2 were available or something like that. But again, that was the early alpha playtest. That said, the game has released as of yesterday in early access, so where before we could play it, look at it, and go, neat. We could just wishlist it, and that's all we could do. Whereas now the game is available for purchase. There is going to be a link at the bottom of the channel in the About section for those of us over here on Twitch, on YouTube. I'm sorry, it's not going to be a thing that's going to be there. Look up The Tribe Must Survive. I don't have a link for you to show that it came from credit. Now, that said, this is a settlement builder style game that it is survival style. And I'm trying to grab what things, but it is the survival style. One of the things I do appreciate about this game, as opposed to a lot of the others in the genre, I'm going to avoid saying names and all that, but it's pretty common that when you play a lot of the survival style settlement builders, they're vaguely colonial, medieval times, or whatever, and you're surviving the cold, you're surviving maybe wolves or bandits, and you're surviving, like, not starving to death. Fair enough. But it's kind of been around for a while. This Tribe Must Survive is a lot different, where you got spoopy darkness that yoinks your people in the night if they get out in the darkness. There's flooding, there's all sorts of other stuff, so it does have that survival element, but a very different implementation of it, so I really do appreciate it. It is also supposed to be a fairly challenging game. And I do remember we did take a loss or two when I did the alpha playtest. Like the first one, I ran out of wood, and then it got dark, and everyone stopped being around, and all that kind of stuff. Now, it is one of those things that this did come out with like spoopy, cozy darkness. Yeah, but like I said, I very much enjoyed the alpha playtest. I expect to enjoy this. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, which we do anytime we play a game for the first time on the channel, even though this isn't the first time, is we're going to go into settings and look for accessibility stuff. There's not a whole lot here. I might have to adjust the volume when we get into the game. It's kind of very quiet and mellow at the moment, but I believe it's supposed to be. So we don't have much here yet. This is early access, so we have no idea what accessibility stuff they're going to add later. Now, that said, an absence of accessibility settings does not necessarily mean a problem. The game could be implemented such that it doesn't really need it. So with that said, let's get in here. Okay, that was much louder. So,
whatever it is that lurks in the dark, it was about to get us. Everything happened so fast. Many were taken before we could sound the horn. The fire was our only hope. We had stocked up, wood and food and everything else, but we had not prepared against the shadows within. When tension turned to carnage, we fled into the night. Aimless we ran, for days, through a blur of darkness and fog, death all around us. When suddenly, the fog lifted, and the light came back. At least for now. Those shadows will return. Prepare. We have to survive.
all right. Yeah, no, it is. It definitely. I grabbed the volume on the system to try and turn it down, but that means I can't see what you hear or whatever. So give me a moment to adjust the volume, because that was... I don't know if it's just... Alright, I will not be changing the volume. If I have to adjust it on the slider knob, yes, we will. Are we paused? We are paused now. Okay, welcome. In this tutorial, you'll get to know the basics of building your tribe's camp. Every camp needs a stockpile where stone and wood can be stored. Pick a good spot close to those resources. I don't know where those resources are, but that's fine. It wasn't terribly too loud. Yeah, so I have a noise gate, so even if it's like ear-shatteringly loud for me, there's always so loud it can get for them. Alright. Alright, so gotta go ahead and do that. So building, stockpile. So I don't really know where the resources are. It's still nighttime. I assume what's gonna happen is very soon it's gonna get brighter. But the big thing is you'll notice there's this darkness here. If we go out into that darkness, people die. They get yoinked into the night. I believe there are... Yeah, so this tells me this is where it's bright. This it's not as bright. So I should be safe in this space. Okay. Survive a night without losing anyone. Thanks, game. Do you want to end the tour right? No, I definitely don't. So you can turn those overlays on and off. Alright, so we have a stockpile now. So there was stone over here. So put a stockpile there. And then there are trees over here. So put a stockpile... Oh, limit 1 per camp. I mean, that's fine. There's trees over there, too. Alright. Now that the tribe has a building to store resources, it can start producing them. Lumber camps produce wood. Wood is the most important resource early on. It is needed for building and, even more importantly, for the fire. Make sure there's enough before it gets dark. This is one of those games that if you start just aggressively building, you will die. Because you will very abruptly run out of wood, and then the darkness will come, and that'll be the end. Alright. The granary is where food is stored. Hungry tribes member will go there to get something to eat. It should be placed near a location that can be reached easily. Alright. So we got our granary. We don't have enough resources to build it. Oh, we'll just have to wait till we get the resources. But we'll want to put that near the fire so that when people get hungry at night, that, you know, they don't get murdered. Automation off? Oh, no, don't actually turn that off. Maybe I have to unlock that. Oh, turn on automatically, yes. Okay, so from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m., will automatically say, go home. Until you run into darkness, you die, you run out of wood to burn, you die, you do anything, you die, you do nothing, you die. Hey, it's just one of those survival games. I also like the weird art style with like the sort of creepy looking hollow-eyed people. It definitely says the trees seem to be the enemy. Yes, and we need to use the bodies of our enemy to prevent the other enemies from showing up. Alright, so granary, cool. The hunter's hall produces food. Hunters often have to hunt far away from the fire. The night horn can be used to call them back into the light at night. Alright, so we have... Yeah, so the horn just sounded because it's 9 p.m., so everyone scurries back home. And then the idea is if we watch... Oh, we'll get into that in a minute. If we watch the brightness, what'll end up happening is as it gets darker... Please don't say we're running out of wood. Well, we're doing really good on our first night. Hey, this is just me demonstrating what happens if you mess up. I placed my stuff a little too aggressively. Oh, there goes someone. Gapor was taken by something. The tribe's fear increases. Oh, there goes someone. So, I mentioned it's a challenging survival game, and I even warned you that building too aggressively will absolutely kill you. Okay, everyone else, Get back to the fire. Get back to the fire. We can keep it to only 2 deaths. Oh, you're probably dead. Where is our time? Hour 6. Okay, so we're fine. We're fine. We've reached daytime. We're okay. We definitely had a first good day in the game that there was no tragedy to worry about. Now, I don't remember. I think, honestly, it doesn't... If I remember correctly, it doesn't really matter where we place that. This is spooky. Alright. Tents are where your tribesmen go to rest. The amount of tents is limited by how many members... limits how many members the tribe can have. So place a tent twice. I don't remember if I need these to be in the light of darkness. So we're going to learn our lesson from last day where a whole bunch of people died. And we are going to wait until we get through the night to place the tents the next morning. And so we're going to go get ourselves some food in the only way people know how. By apparently creepily whispering at the deer and then carrying it home. So we're going to try and save wood by turning the fire off during the day. Are you saying you learned from your mistake? Who are missing? I don't know any of them. Yeah, no, that's fine. Alright. But yeah, so there's also extra mechanics you run into with this. Because as you noticed, people built up fear that happened because people got yoinked. I believe if we actually click on our people, like they'll sit there and they have like different standings, like how they're doing on sleep and all that stuff. This person apparently has a trait delirious, but that maybe is a penalty. But yeah, so you have a fear standing that basically the worse and worse their fear gets, they can have breaks like you have in RimWorld. Let's turn the fire on. But you have breaks like you have in RimWorld where people will just, you know, sit and they'll like huddle into a corner or whatever and not work and all that. Which of course when you have a limited number of people and a bunch of people stop working because, you know, they're having mood breaks and all that, that ends up being a problem. Why are you going out in the darkness? It's not saying they're in the darkness. Okay, we're fine. As long as they're in these yellow tiles, they're okay. If they step out of the yellow tiles, then that's not good for their health. But it's okay. We'll get more people, and it'll be like no one was ever missing. You are the darkness. Now, to be fair, there's actually, if we zoom out more, there is the idea that there's other regions and all that we will send expeditions out to. You do have to scout out more territory and all that. We'll reach that at a point once we're far enough in the tutorial. And I can speed time up. I'm kind of just making it a little bit slow because I'm trying to remember the game mechanics. I don't think the stockpile has a limit. I don't remember. Oh, and one nice thing, you can mouse over and it will literally tell you how much you're producing and all that kind of stuff. So you can get a feel for stuff. So let's drop time back. We can turn off the fire. And we could do this. And we got through the night, so let's build our 2 tents. That's not what I'm building. This is the end of the tutorial. The basics should be clear now, but there's still much to learn. Good luck. Gotcha. So we can have a total population of 12 with our 2 tents because it's 6 per tent. Yeah. So cool. So now our tribesmen will actually sleep in their tents at night versus huddling in a corner by the fire. Actually, it looks like they're sleeping now because they're all really tired. That's fine. But we will sit there and expand. So there's not a whole lot for us to work on at the moment, but there's a lot more we will be building. Yeah, so the idea is because they were so tired, they're becoming delirious, so fear was getting to them. Let's see, I think we used to have a job to keep the fire going because people didn't know how to obtain it. Oh yeah, no, like, it took people a while to figure out how they could make fire more realist, or make fire more reliably, that kind of thing. Alright, and you notice we are cutting away these trees. I believe they are a finite resource. I believe rock are also a finite resource. So we can turn on the fire. Get everyone scooching back home. Like the night darkness. Alright. But from what I recall, and this was limited functionality later, you send people away to do that. And so it is one of those things that the characters do have skills they build up. Because you can see here, they've got all these like different stats going on. We do have like their needs or whatever. So you could have people in great shape, send them on their way, and then just really have problems. So it's kind of one of those things that, do you send people out into danger? Do you keep them home? All right. So with that, we got through another night. So let's look at our next building we're going to make. We're going to go ahead and make a stone pit. What are you missing? Oh, you require more wood than we have. We can make a spirit lodge. And then don't build anything else until later. So with the spirit lodge, we will actually get a shaman. And we can, you know, do rituals to help our colony or settlement or whatever. We can also have them consume it to make our people happier. There's effectively a research tree in this game. So you have like philosophies we can go through that we can pursue, researching and all that. We have spirituality we can go and do. We don't have what we need to unlock that because we don't have much yet. But we can work on all this. Yeah, collective medicine is split between your lodge's ritual storage and daily consumption. Tribe members consume their medicine at dawn. The effect depends on the medicine type. So if we eat green medicine, we reduce fear. Yellow medicine will increase our productivity. And red medicine is coming soon. This is an early access game that came out yesterday, so that's just a whole thing. You are able to buy it right now, and I believe, I want to make sure I'm quoting the price correctly. Yeah, it's 20 bucks. So it's a relatively inexpensive game, which is always nice. I do appreciate, especially in early access, when they do have a lower price early on versus games we shall not name, who feel like $70 is a reasonably early access price, just saying. But all that. So I only got one person who's not currently working. Yeah, so they are gaining fear. We are going to have to figure that out. Oh, wait, did I get more people? Oh, I got 2 more people. I didn't even see that happened. Alright. So we are going to let it roll for a little bit longer, but, we're waiting for stone. So a lot of these, it doesn't... A sinister thirst. One of the woodcutters drops their axe in stunted silence. The split up bark of the trees has revealed a shape that looks like an eye. Underneath the shape of the trunk is smeared with dry blood. Everyone seems uncomfortable under the eye's stares, but disagree on what should be done. Some wish to give the tree what it wants, while others tell us to cut it down. So we can sacrifice blood to the forest. All lumber camp workers receive lumber camp tree growth of 30%, but we gain 30 fear. Or we can chop the tree into firewood. The firewood burning will have a penalty for the next 10 days. We will burn our wood twice as fast. But we will gain spiritual aspect progress per wood burned in the fire. The tree dies. That's not even a question. It's a tree. That's like, that was just a given. Plus, it was a tree that wanted to, like, feed on our blood, which, I don't know about you, not feeling great about that tree. All right. So yeah, so we're gonna have like double our consumption of wood on the fire, but as an added bonus, we will be gaining one of the well, I wasn't actually meaning on doing the ritual, but I guess here we are. I guess I should have figured that was going to activate it. We got rid of the evil tree, and that's what's important. I assume they'll stop at some point. There they go. They just had a nice little evening party. Ooh. Consuming 6 firewood an hour. Oh man, we about ran out of wood. I really need you to cut more wood now. Oh, we got people sleeping. No. I kept them all night partying. I can't build a lumber camp. I don't have enough wood. Well, let's hope we don't die tonight. Because death would be mighty unfortunate. The party was worth it. Hey man, sometimes you just need to spend the night partying out and not considering the consequence of your decisions. I'm gonna wait till it prompts me that they're in the darkness. We're gonna deliberately drag this out for as long as we can. Okay. Tribal rave parties? The best rave parties. If you thought glow sticks were cool, you should see what they got going on. I mean, heck, they got glow-in-the-dark eyeballs. Sunlight, I would really like you to return. Okay. So, we're gonna go ahead and get another lumber camp because that extra wood consumption is proving to be a real bad time. One member is in shock. Reduce fear to remove it. Fear is automatically reduced by light. Oh, I have to keep this running to keep them from getting afraid? No! Alright. Oh, you were just hunting the deer things. I just saw this army of deer approaching. It's like, oh god, what's that? What? The deer They're coming back. They're hunting. They said enough of this. Alright, so we do need to get more people cutting wood. That cutting that tree down, well, certainly has had, like, its whole thing, the increased wood consumption is brutal. Considering there's about 9 hours of darkness, there we go. And, oh good, we got more stacks of wood. You're sort of back in the original form? Gotcha. Two people are in shock. So the fear is going down. I see. So if I run the fire constantly, it does help with the fear. I'm going to avoid running it constantly until I really need to, because we're not really doing that great on the whole, on that whole front. So I'm gonna go ahead and have more people cutting down that. But fear also needs to be higher. Hey, well, it's coming on its own. That fear is climbing. Yeah, so we're gonna increase our wood production. That does seem to be the big danger we have right now. Oh, building upgrades? Ah, I see. I think we save up for the forestry because we're going to need the trees to regrow. You perished from hunger. Do I not... is that not food right there? I'm a little confused by that. It appears like I've got plenty of food. Unless I'm missing some system that I need. No, it seems fine. They could be too scared to eat? That might be. Alright, so we're losing the debuff where we had because people disappeared. Can you rename the colonists? That is a question that probably has an answer. I can. I don't think I want to, because the rate we're probably going to go through them. It would be nice if that was like a Twitch integration thing, though. That'd be a fun feature. Could we get one named Twitch Chat? Sure. This one can be Twitch Chat. I got an achievement for renaming a colonist. We're totally surviving. Oh man, it is being super dicey. So we still have 2 people in shock. You feel vested now? Excellent. But as a reminder, the game is out on Steam for 20 bucks. You can get it right now. It is early access and all that stuff. Right now we're in that first phase. The game actually has multiple acts to it where what you're dealing with so far as your risks will change. There's technology upgrades and all that. For the moment, I'm trying to ride out. We've got this really horrible debuff from this awful cursed tree we cut down. I'm under the impression that we are getting, like, bonus spirit. Yeah, we're getting our influence. Yeah, whatever the influence is, we're getting extra of that because of the cursed tree debuff thing. All right. Wait, time since last riot. Okay. Yes, we're not getting research points. Cohesion. Oh. Our people get mad at each other after a while. Alright. Why are people perishing from hunger? I'm so confused by that. Stability seems fine. Yeah, so corrupted firewood, so the wood burns twice as fast for 10 days. Yeah, I'll go check for that in a minute. Let's try and remember where we get to that menu. Philosophies, so we have no philosophies going on. Spiritual aspects. Okay, so we actually are getting spiritual aspects for these two. So when we hit 50 of either of those and get whatever that thing is, I assume we'll be able to unlock something. Yeah, so I think you're right that while they're in shock, there's a risk of them starving to death. Okay, so once we get through this in-game night, I'm gonna try and get a tool upgrade that'll hopefully help our stuff. I feel like we are going to need to have the bonus to... Oh, and the game is 20% off, right? Meow? Excellent. But yeah, so I think we'll do is we'll get a an upgrade to our lumber camp, probably of the forestry stuff earlier on. To do. Oh, actually, I need research points. I actually don't know where I get those. Oh well, I guess we won't worry about it. We need research points. We haven't quite learned how to do that yet. So the things we've got to build is I still need the stone pit. We'll get the crop farm after the stone pit. Oh, that's a different type of crop farm. That's it for outposts, ore mines, yellow medicine. All right, so it looks like the stone farm is the next priority. So after the night goes out, if we have 80 wood left, we will do the stone farm. If not, then, I mean, we won't. As you probably saw, there are events that happen. I don't know when it comes to the axe if it's a determination of research or determination of whatever. Can you rename the camp? No, it's fine. Current act. Act 1. So, tolerance change cost is minus 50. Tribe discontent is minus 10. Shocking past, so we have a higher fear rate through the fog. Chance of shadow death, minus 30. So yeah, so we don't know what divides the axe. I think it was like a technology or progression thing that once you hit certain milestones, the game's story advances to the next act. Alright, so we need to build the stone pit. Done. We can try and ride out the next night. So the good news is we don't seem to be gaining fear from the people dying of starvation, which is a curious concern. It's probably fine. So the tinkery we can't get yet. So crop farm. So we can produce food with the crop farm, which we'll probably need to do because our food is getting to be a problem. And then we'll stop with there to make sure we can ride out the night. It reminds you of Frostpunk mixed with Don't Starve. It does. Like the whole radius around it. And you can make like the areas to go out there. And they do imply that we will get upgrades that will expand our radius maybe. I do kind of wish I could put the fire on a schedule as well, because you have the schedule, like, for the horn to say, hey, get back here. I kind of wish for the fire as well it'd be like, here's the fire schedule. Food is getting not good. I assume we'll eventually hunt the animals to population problems, so we need to get this farm going. But the goal with that is going to be to ride out the wood. I am glad that they're being able to still mine in the quarry at night. And I figured out that dawn to dusk, where the line squiggled there is when it's considered dark or not. So make farmland there. You had a message saying an eclipse is coming in 5 days. Did I overlook that? Because that sounds terrible. Because my assumption is I need way more wood for that. Alright. Yeah, so we've got a lot of tribesmen in shock right now. Which is not great. Yeah, seems you missed it. Gotcha. I believe you. That feels like the kind of thing they probably want to make stick here. Like that it would count down and say, you know, eclipse in 5 days, 4 days, like it'd slowly count down. There it is. Eclipse will hit us in 4 days, prepare. I don't, but look. I don't have what I need for that. I'm trying to solve the food crisis. But I have just a crisis. Which is probably partly because we took casualties the very first night because I built too aggressively. Is anyone hunting? Yep, this person. Oh, there. So there's on the bar here. No sun will rise. Prepare for dark times, or the shadows will devour the tribe. Okay, so we're building nothing else right now, because that is a whole thing. Are we... How much longer till the corrupted fire goes away? Because 2 more days. So I'm going to get 1 day of not dealing with that. So we have decent amount of content. So we're okay with that. So our panic is building up, so we're gonna maybe max that out. That's not super exciting. Okay, so we do have crops down. Someone has actually planted them. Oh, I see. The way the crops work is you put down the tile, the crops start growing. Oh, yeah, I'm on double time speed. I started picking up the double time because we're just kind of waiting for wood to come in to keep building. But that's a content creator problem, you know, versus like, you know, actual stream thing. So it does seem like one of the things they wanted to let people know is those random events, that there is a randomness to them. So you'll have runs where you'll just get different random events and all that will change the way the game gets played. As you can see, for our run, we have this higher consumption of wood for the first 10 days, which is pretty rough. but we are gaining that spirituality so that whenever we get the chance to do research, I'm already gonna have like front loaded a bunch of bunch of spirituality for that research. So that is kind of a good thing. So we are gonna just try and keep as much wood as possible for when the eclipse shows up to try and get through the eclipse. I am curious if you hit 100 fear, like what happens? Because that is building up our discontent. All the fear. Spiritual need is what you're unhappy about. So tonight we party. An eclipse will be arriving in 2 days. Panic levels are rising. 97%. Reduce fear to prevent panic. Look, it's so expensive for me to run the fire. Spiritual aspect is available. Make your decision between those. Oh, I should be doing the spirit things more often. Spiritual aspect. Okay. So, we can... This group prays to the shepherd, who also call the outer king. They claim to see the sign that marks his coming, after which everything will be put in eternal order. Or this group prays to the beast. They believe that the right way to live is to be free of rules and morals. Let's try going with the servants of the shepherd. Okay. A decision needs to be made between two aspects of the servant of the shepherd. Choose wisely. Discipline and order. The tribe member discontent. If they're assigned to a building, it's minus 15. If they're not assigned to a building, it's plus 15. So basically, if they're employed and working, they're happy. If they're unemployed, they get angry. Or the shepherd takes care. Yellow medicine chance to increase neuroticism by 1 when consuming. +1 medicine. Yellow medicine chance to increase a conscientiousness by 1 when consuming medicine. I don't know what that means, but considering I have a lot of people who are unassigned to stuff, I'm a little bit worried that we will have discontent absolutely implode. Oh, I get to choose both. Okay. I'll actually implode with that. Alright, so we can choose between more groups will ask to join your tribe, or green medicine, chance to increase openness to experience by 1 when consuming medicine. Green medicine, chance to decrease conscientiousness by 1. Okay, so this one will increase the conscientiousness by 1, and this one will decrease it, which is interesting. And I'm starting my day with only 38 wood. Oh no. Okay, when it said the eclipse was coming, I'm judging by the purple swirly here. That eclipse is not... Alright, we're building. We have to... Okay. Lumberyard, I need another one. I thought it was like a day-long eclipse. Oh, yeek. Right. That, it just... Okay. Please tell me that wood cost is gonna go down soon. Yeah, surprise! Death. Oh, good. Our wood cost is now reduced. So that other penalty we had from cutting down the blood tree or whatever it was, it's gone. So our wood does go 3 times as far as it was, but we were barely making it through a night. I'm not feeling great about our prospects right here. And our discontent is continuing to build because people are dying. And apparently they have a problem with that. And it's because of how many people are absolutely up to their eyeballs in fear. Weird gleam. I don't know what that means. Oh, your eyes are red. I still don't know what that implies, but panic. Fear has gotten out of hand. The tribe is falling into panic. Nothing can stop it now. One member of your tribe gets running away for 6 hours. Their movement time is increased by 50. Their explore radius is reduced. Running away 1,000. Retreat to light minus 200. 8 members of your tribe get panic. Movement plus 50. I mean, those look kind of like the same stats. Tolerance decreased by 1. Okay. We had someone get yoinked by the darkness. This is definitely helping us. This is making our situation much better. Okay, so I mean, we're gonna have a penalty to everyone's fear. Oh wait, no we don't. I thought we were gonna get a... Oh, tolerance plus 10 is going to really kill our fear. This is bad. I was gonna say, I don't think this tribe's gonna do too well. But oh man, it's till day 20. All right, everybody. No more sunrise. No more sunrise for 3 days. The eclipse. The sun has disappeared and the strange mist is building up around us. The light of the fire protects us, but there's something in the dark, waiting for the flame to shrink. Stay close to light. Plus 20 to tribe fear, minus 1 sunlight, 100% chance of death and darkness. Why is there a tribesperson in the darkness? Okay, he was standing out in the darkness with like creepy red eyes. Just everyone does the shake, pretty much. So we could start an eclipse ritual to reduce fear. An eclipse ritual is being celebrated. There's like one person dancing. Everyone else is in shock right now. And then the person doing the ritual just collapsed out of starvation. And running out of wood, and we still got a day and a half to go. Rip. Oh, that's not what you want. Oh, there goes one person, 2 people, 3 people. 4 people. There's always that one dude dancing and had a great time where everyone's about to die. Have your entire tribe drop into shock is the achievement I just got. And then there was one. What do you mean my panic is going up? Why would my panic be going up? Just everyone you know has disappeared around you and you're the last one left. hiding in the darkness. Is it chatbot? Who is the last person left? It is not. I'm sorry, Twitch chat. The darkness has already claimed you. Surprisingly, hasn't been taken by the darkness yet. Death is upon us. Nice. We survived 18 days. All right, let's try that again for, what? Huh? What? Oh, okay. So, all right, that's cool. So we started the next tribe. So the first tribe was like neutral. Like there's nothing special going on. It was just their basic learn the mechanics. And I'm assuming I'm choosing between these three. I don't know what that is on the bottom. Perspective through terror. The tribe starts with perspective through terror. Panic reset, base stability to 0, panic reset tolerance. Okay, so basically when they have a panic, everything goes back to neutral. So like once they have a panic, they get it out of their system. The wealthy few. The tribe starts with less members, but they start with a bunch of wood and food. Spiritual people gain 1 basic spiritual aspect at random. So we could start with a random one of these spiritual aspects. We could start with extra resources, which is really strong. Let's do the spiritual one, because I'm curious of what spiritual stuff we have going on here. Now you're unvested. All right. So, we started with a spiritual aspect. Let's see. So we have started with 100% mushroom growth. Okay. So. Oh, and it is procedural generation, so each time is different. So I care about wood way more than stone. So you drop that there. And I'm gonna put a lumber camp here. And a lumber camp here. And a lumber camp here. I have to wait on, yeah, actually get the tutorial out of here, I don't care about it. Alright. Where's my little dial over here that tells me where the, what time of day it is? Gotcha. So I do want to keep the fire on a little bit more than we expect during the day as best we can. We do have a decent amount of food right now, so we're going to ride out the first night. I'm actually going to go a little bit over what once in the tree cutting to keep that going, to try and get our wood ahead of schedule. But, it is those things that as we start getting some fear, I'm going to try and keep the fire running during the day to bring it back down. It does seem like they still gain fear when they're out and about. Oh, and meanwhile, Twitch chat, this is you today. There you go, Twitch chat. You are one in the universe. Oh, let's see. Oh, the text at the bottom? Nothing special. When you read it out loud, the universe ends. All right, you heard it, Nick. Do not read the text out loud. It is... Okay, there we go. It is what ends the universe, and last I checked, I'm kind of attached to this universe. Which text, though? I mean, it's gone now. We're okay. The danger is past for the time being. So what we're going to try to do is we're going to get a surplus of wood. You have it recorded. You should just play it and repeat after stream. Hey, Spencer, how's it going? All right. So turn the fire on. And then we wake up in the morning, we'll build what we can, and go on from there. Man, like the last time we played, I actually got to like we took a death on our first one the last time I played with the early alpha test. This is the early access build, which is available right now for $20. It is on sale for the release, but we did actually get to Act 2, and I think we even got a decent ways into Act 2, which is where we dealt with flooding as opposed to just the darkness. And that's the whole thing. So there's the granary, so we're good there. We will need the Hunter's Lodge, which will toss right there. We need 2 tents. So we've got that. And the Spiritual Lodge. And then we stop, because we just spent a bunch of materials. I think this time we give the tree the blood it so seeks, because the other way did not go well for us. Going the other way, it's like, yes, we gained a bunch of spirituality, that was cool, but 3 times the wood consumption is pretty rough. Oh. Okay, that's curious. As we have the area grow, I can just keep increasing. Man, you can get to the point it burns 40 wood an hour. Ooh. All right. So once we finish the next night, I'm gonna go ahead and try and get stone. Yes, yes, give into the darkness. No, wait, darkness bad. Yeah, no, the darkness straight up yoinks, just yoinks you away when you go into it. Just you're whisked away real fast. Yeah, so you might not be able to see it particularly well. There's a little white dot there and a little black dot there. That is, I'm pretty sure, the day-night cycle. Alright, so stone pile. So we're already doing not enough resources. What do you mean not enough? Oh, it's 80. We're already doing quite a bit better than we were in the last one. I am going to still build the stone pile during today. Because we already got the stone pile. We were on like day 5 or 6 with that. Wouldn't building smaller light torches help? Probably. I could potentially build a small torch here. I needed the stone first, so I couldn't build it. But yeah, the idea is I can build a beacon, and they give us a little bit of light radius. So it just boils down to, if I put the little bit of light radius over here, my assumption is there's an increased wood consumption for those torches. So it boils down to, is it worth more to increase the radius on the main fire to be able to continue cutting wood during all of this, or, you know, put out the beacons for the same purpose? I actually don't have any of the answers around what is the correct decision around that. Because we check the light here when we drop into nighttime proper. So we can see... I mean, it still says light... Oh, there we go. So we've got light intensity there. If we pause and we hit 2, it goes 1 more tile. Alright. So that is a very, very not cost-efficient thing to increase the fire. Like, eventually we'll need to, because I'll need the space. So the darkness won't stanch the tribesmen who walk through the night? They have a chance to. Like, for every... Like, when they're in the darkness, for every moment they're in the darkness, they have the chance of getting yoinked. So that's kind of the thing, is we gotta see what the radius is on the, on the beacon. Because it implies it's not as good as what they got there. But it might be one of those things that I put it here. It might be enough to light up those trees so that the woodcutters can work through the night. But I think I kind of want to go for the crop farm first. And then the reason for that is that it's effectively a renewable food. Yeah. No, we can add that, because now with this, when I hit 20 stone, I potentially put the beacon over here between those. Because I can't see where the cutoff was of the fire yesterday. Pretty soon, I'm going to just need to leave the fire running through the day so that the fear doesn't get out of hand. I actually don't know what the cutoff is with the fear, but I'm assuming we're pushing our luck. So I think this day we keep the fire running to bring that fear back down. Yeah, so there's the range we have. We still have trees in range for the moment. But if we start to push where there's no trees in range, then I'll go and I'll put a beacon to try and keep a bit more trees. Well, we'll probably put like the beacon a tile 2 over so that we can keep that going there. Oh, that's interesting. So you can highlight the interaction so as they have discussions with each other. You can also see what they're assigned to do. I appreciate all the overlays. Yeah, so we're just gonna work at it to let them bring that down. So we are gonna be burning extra wood right now. Just try and ride this through. All right. Gonna build 2 of these. Protects tribes at an outpost from darkness, reduces their fear. Ore mine. Produces ores from nearby. Must be placed in the outer world. Must be placed in the outer world. Yellow medicine farm. So we need to look for yellow mushrooms. Trade post. First, this building uses wood to smell copper and raw resources. We don't have any of that. Must be placed in the camp. How are we doing on our materials? That's fairly inexpensive. Let's go ahead and place you here. Because that person will start exploring to find other resources on the map. They're still working our fear down. Our fear got pretty high. It's going to take some time to fix it. So if we were to place a beacon here. Gotcha. So we won't worry about running that right now. But that could be a thing we could use to get more of that. Because I wasn't super worried about some. A group of strangers approaches the camp. They saw our fire and decided to ask to join us. Our strength in numbers. We don't want strangers. Our strength is unity. So this increases our stability. This gives us 3 people, but decreases our stability. I'm almost maxed out on people. So I can't actually bring more people in without our tent. So I'm just going to take the unity. It is what it is, man. Nothing personal. The tribe must survive. You know how it is. Yeah, so we've got an explorer. They're doing explorer things. I assume they'll just keep walking around and looking for stuff in the area. Because we're looking for start a new journey, uncover areas of the outer world, making it possible to establish outposts. We'll definitely want to do that. Gotcha. So they go to an area, it runs for a little while, and then it reveals a little bit more of the map. That's works by me. Let's see. Your spirituality need is handled. You need more spirituality. Can we see? So cohesion is fine. We got one person who's got fairly high fear. Okay. Meanwhile, there. So I've got like filling crops. The farmer, I don't want to even pronounce it, has discovered that one of the plants in the field seems to yield exceptionally large sweet corn cobs, much bigger than the ones in the other plants. Let's see. Give them out as food. We have mouths to feed. Use them as seeds to improve the next harvest. So this increases our food need temporarily, and I'm assuming we get a bonus on the other side of it? Okay, yeah, let's try and use that, because just +1 food need seems pretty minor. All right. And how are we doing on getting our people to be in better shape? Our fear is going down. We got a couple that are still pretty high, but we're working on it. Ah, I see. For the ones who are getting really far away, they're getting fear penalties because of the light. I understand. So that's the reason why, even though we have the fire running constantly, there does seem to be some people who are doing really well and some people who aren't doing particularly great. So exploring more of the area nearby. We still haven't found medicine. Not worried about the furnace yet. Yeah, a lot of these have to be other places. That requires Act 2. I'm assuming we get to Act 2 after the the eclipse. I believe we reached the point with the wood cutting. I need the torch to reach the trees to cut down. Let's do a ritual. We'll do the ritual to give everyone some spiritual need and all that. Okay. Is this during the eclipse already? You had to hop away for a bit. Oh, we died in our first eclipse, but this one we're doing a lot better. This time instead the event was related to our food, And we've been handling that relatively fine because we got a very early game farm going up. I need you to find something, Explorer. Yeah, the Eclipse murdered everyone. But yeah, so I do like that you have the random events, you have the random choices when you start, those kind of things. To give it so you have almost like that run, like the rogue, I don't know if it'd be roguelike or roguelite in this thing, because I don't know if there's a meta progression of any kind. I haven't seen any, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. And this time we've been able to keep the fire going, so generally speaking, our tribe members are doing much better. We got a couple that are starting to push in like the 50s and 60s. But by reducing the amount of panic, things are handling pretty well. They do imply that we'll have like internal conflicts, sort of like you have in other settlement builders that, you know, two people might argue with each other a bunch, and then they might have problems, and that you can end up having effectively a schism in the settlement. We've got like, because we noticed here. Oh yeah, we have the plus food need. Our stability is actually going up, which is... Oh, I can spend a bunch of spiritual need to, like, influence this. Interesting. But, yeah, so there's a whole idea that we have these two different ideologies in our tribe, that my assumption is as we build our spirituality, if we start leaning one way or the other, that we will start having... effectively conflict over what's effectively ideological views. Yeah, so food is doing exceptionally well with our giant farm here. I'm trying to find other resources than just trees, because we could find some other resources out here, then I could see putting a beacon by those resources, or to make a path to those resources, to start trying to cash that in. So we know there's mushrooms, which we have not found, because the bonus we got this time is a bonus to the mushrooms. And we know there's the medicine, which we also have not found. But this time we do actually have an explorer looking. Yeah, so they all have this stuff. It was also interesting that last time, with their spiritual stuff, we had it where if they consume certain medicine, it would effectively change the character's stats over time, about like their agreeableness and all that, which is kind of an interesting implication. Yeah, pretty soon I'm going to need that beacon running during the night. Gonna start to have people stand around because they can't get to trees to cut down. Stone we're doing amazingly. We were just mass-producing stone at the moment. Can't burn stone, though? No, you're not wrong. But, yeah, so... At night... I'm wondering if I turn this on, and we toggle that, if it'll turn it on and off. Let's see. Okay. So let's turn the fire off for right now, because people are generally doing relatively well. Yeah, so you just found more trees and deer. Okay. Yeah, we're not doing much up here, so I don't see a reason to put a beacon up here quite yet. Like, yes, I could get more food from there, but food is doing totally fine. Just moving up while we're still alive. It's fine. It'll probably be okay. Or it won't be. Who knows? Yes, it has increased our wood consumption by 50% to keep that thing on. But, with having no one going into shock or anything else, it's not that big deal. Like, a lot of people, our fear is very negligible. I need you to find me something good, Explorer. Base fear is 52. Wonderful. Let's see, I think the +1 for the beacon is small compared to letting the woodcutter... Oh yeah, no, that's fine. I don't disagree at all with that. That was the reason I was waiting till it was like, there was no more trees in the radius, and I was like, okay, we just turned the beacon on. Alright, sooner or later you'll find me something worthwhile. Yeah, so I am learning that spirituality is kind of a big value thing. I'm debating. Let's make a second one of the explorer buildings. So that way I can try sending someone to a next tile over and just see what happens. One member is in shock. Okay, so we'll turn on this fire to help get you through your shock, friend. Yeah, I think I'd be scared if I was hearing, like, weird haunting noises in the darkness on my way back home. Alright, so we are bringing that fear down. When they stop struggling, when it hits nighttime, we will, we'll have them do another ritual. Yeah, we'll keep the fire running for right now so they can get their shock sorted out. Alright, so send out an expedition. Let's go northwest, why not? I don't know what you need. Give you 2 stacks of that. I'm going to probably give you way more than is reasonable because I have no context of what you need. So we've given them like a full setup. Start journey. A new journey has started. Your explorers are on their way. First journey to the northwest area uncovered. Alright, so I'm assuming we have to wait till they actually go there. Alright, so they're no longer in shock. Where are they going to work? An area around your camp has been explored. Still no luck. Yeah, so where do you work? Oh, you're going to sleep. Never leave home, never leave home, never leave home. Yep. Alright. Shaman is not available to start ritual. Eclipse will run. It will happen in 4 days. I just don't have a shaman. Gotcha. So you're in shock. You were on the Explorer platform. So turn off the Explorer platform for right now. That way we have a shaman. We got 2 people in shock. So you've got a weird gleam. And you're delirious from lack of sleep. So when we hit the next night, we'll do our ritual. Because we didn't have a shaman last night to help with it. So I'm going to keep the fires running as long as they're struggling. I don't know what weird gleam does. It just says weird gleam. I don't know if that's a good thing, a bad thing. I'm assuming because it's red and it's in the area they get their debuffs, that it's bad. But it looks like spiritual need is becoming a problem, likely because of this. We are doing great on all of our supplies. I haven't been expanding very much. Because the more I build, the more I'm going to have to depend on stuff there. So it's just kind of one of those things, I could just get more people to get more people, but I don't know what the motivations of doing so are. Because I just keep having to expand the territory. All right. I don't know if our expedition or whatever it is ever... So you're exploring that area still. Okay, so I'm feeling way better about us going into this eclipse. We don't have anyone in shock anymore, which is pretty good news. Let's go ahead and turn off our fires. So everyone is no longer in shock, and that's a good time. First journey, defying the heavens. We have come across an altar that has been desecrated and smashed to pieces. Through the physical damage, it is beyond repair. Performing a ritual could appease whatever power resides here. On the other hand, trifling with spiritual world always carries a risk. This will sow... Alright, well, they're discontent. 60% chance spiritual need will be satisfied by +6. Discontent will go down. Time... Oh, travel time. I thought it said time travel. I was like, wait, what? Travel time to the next sector is 50% higher. Or we can do... Or we have a 40% chance of the time travel time will increase, and they will die. Alright. Continue the journey. Yeah, let's roll the dice. 60% chance that things don't go terribly, 40% chance they do go terribly. Yeah, let's push the button. Boom. They died. The chant goes on, pulling us away from this world towards something else entirely. Suddenly, Rual, whatever, begins to scream, staring towards the altar in terror. The shrieking won't stop, no matter what, and his mind keeps crumbling away from what he's seeing. Soon, there is nothing left behind him but an empty shell. Excellent. Good journey. The journey ends. Everyone died. Hopelessness, unprepared for the dangers ahead. The journey fell victim to the bloodlust of an unforgiving world. The tribe mourns their loss. Well. Does that give everyone a mood debuff? Yes. Yes, it does. So, now that that's done, who wants to volunteer? Oh wait, I have to get a bunch of wood. We'll ride that out after the eclipse. The events are well written. They are. Alright, Explorer, I'm gonna need you to find literally anything useful. Ooh, you've got the pretty red eyes. The pretty red eyes of, it's probably fine. Ooh, you too have the pretty red eyes. And you have the pretty red eyes. I don't know what that means. You should not be out here. Friend. Twitch chat, it's not worth it. Twitch chat, don't go into the darkness. Twitch chat, I need you to come back, Twitch chat. Where did they go? They didn't even die, they just wandered into the darkness. I have worries about these three. We're gonna keep that fire on for a little while. We're gonna keep that fire on. I'm starting to get deeply concerned that Twitch chat might not be our friends anymore. But the darkness says it has cookies. Are they sleep deprived? I don't think so. I think it's that Glean Eye or whatever. Which I'm worried about that having potentially long-term ramifications. I don't know. Do you think that weird gleam is evil possessing them? Maybe. It does look interesting. Yeah, no, this is, to be clear, we played the alpha playtest of this and we had a really good time. And for the record, I am sponsored, so they are paying me to play this. But I'm having a good time, just like last time. As people mentioned earlier, it's very well written. There is a rogue-like element to it in the fact that you start a run and there's just kind of random variable things that happen that makes every run different. And so that's kind of nice. One tribesman is in the dark. Eclipse will hit us in one day, so we gotta ride out the eclipse. This time we got a whole bunch of materials and all that set up. So feeling pretty good about that. I'm sitting on an absolutely unreasonable amount of food. Let the woodcut one on? Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's kind of one of the things of getting all the wood cut near that one. I feel like I need to put one up here, too. I was hoping to find some exploration stuff. But the plan is to send out another expedition as soon as we ride out the eclipse. Yeah, like I feel like I want a beacon up here somewhere. Because that's another place that's going to have a lot of trees, because they're slowly just knocking down the whole forest. How are people doing on your fear? Yeah, Hunter's Hall is in bad shape. So let's go up here. So that's where that is, and it does seem to have radius of 3 out. Hey, Anemone Rose, thank you so much for the raid. Let's go ahead and drop this here. Thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And what were we streaming today and all that? Anemone Rose is playing some Frostpunk, according to Twitch, as well as they've also played News Tower and that recently. So if any of those games sound like a good time, you should actually check it. Someone recommended the game to you. How is it? If you like Frostpunk, it does have some similarities to it. Instead of freezing to death, though, it is getting yoinked in the darkness is your concern. But it does kind of have the same thing. So imagine in Frostpunk, you've got your radius that if you get outside of it, people start freezing to death. All right, the eclipse has arrived. The sun has disappeared, and a strange mist is building around us. The light of the fire protects, but there's something in the dark, waiting for our flame to shrink. Stay close to the light. All right, so the eclipse starts. Our members will get 20 more fear, -1 sunlight, and a 100% chance of shadow death. Let's see, are you aware that you just played that for the first time like a couple days ago? I am not. To me, Frostpunk was an absolutely excellent game. So, with all that, oh yeah, and don't mind the creepy red-eyed ones wandering out into the darkness. Okay. So, we're gonna go ahead and do the Eclipse Ritual to try and stave off fear. You like it, but it's exhausting. Yeah, this one doesn't have as dark, concerning decisions you make, like whether or not you amputate people or child labor. But we did have the choice of whether or not we wanted to give our blood to a tree, which we cut down the tree, and that had ramifications. But, things happen. Oh, and here's Twitch chat. Don't worry, Twitch chat is having a perfectly okay time. They may or may not currently be in shock. It's probably okay. Spiritual need is high, so... Oh, spiritual need is going down. Okay, I can live with that. I mean, everyone seems to be doing kind of crap on their spiritual need. So my hope is that these two will get out of shock. We'll do the spiritual ritual or not. You like how 3 tribesmen are just being weird? I'm assuming that's that gleam eye thing that they've got. This weird gleam. That, if it goes untreated long enough, that bad things happen. Oh, we don't have a shaman again? Right, because a lot of people shock. So we can go ahead and turn off the explorer thing. No one's going to be exploring right now. Oh, the stone... Yeah, just, some people just have weird, creepy red eyes. It's probably okay. Probably nothing to be deeply concerned about. I really need you to stop panicking for a minute. Oh, our wood is not doing so great. I think we'll be okay. We might end up turning this fire off. Yeah, so their eyes keep turning red, and when they turn red, they just seem to run out into the darkness and have problems. Okay, so we got another person in shock. Okay, so we're getting to the other side of the eclipse. Our wood is getting really sketch. You're off. Probably should have turned that off earlier. Because food's fine. I don't need them going out to get food. I've got enough food to keep us alive for a very, very long time. And this one, they're chopping down wood, so I think that'll still be to our benefit. And I don't know what this 4 out of 12 means or anything like that. Oh, the wood's getting so low. If the wood runs out, it's really bad. Oh, 4 out of 12 are in shock. Makes sense. I see, because yeah, we just went up to 3 because they're hanging out by the fire. I'm not sure we're making it. Does the fire go out? Everyone goes crazy. When the fire goes out, they start getting yoinked by the darkness. And they start dying. We are running low on wood. I know, it's stressful. Just like, don't starve. Please, more wood. I need more wood and I need it now. This does not bode well. We're gonna run out of wood. Get the wood, get the wood, get the wood. Please. We're at 7 wood. Now, I see that we've got like 2 of them running back and forth. They're managing. Oh. That's not what you want. You just need to hang out for an entire night, and then the day will rise, and the 3 of you who are still alive, 2 of you, 1 of you who's still alive will maybe have a chance. The darkness lied. There's no cookies. Yep. What do you mean your fear's at 95? What do you mean someone disappeared? Your fear is gaining by 55 per day because everyone in the entire tribe has vanished. I would be really shocked if they actually make it to the next day. Oh, never mind. No, they didn't. Survive the eclipse. The eclipse has passed. A new morning awaits. I see. We're in Act 2. Yep. The tribe has survived. Even though we survived the eclipse, we soon realized that what got us here won't get us any farther. No, it will not. 'Cause there's only 1 of you left who is definitely not going to be in an okay place for a long time. Struggling to satisfy even our most basic needs isn't going to be enough. Survival is a race between progress and disaster, and we had to stay ahead. In this act, our social need will increase by an interval of 20%. Our spiritual progress will be 15% higher. Our building upgrade costs will be reduced. We can make hay on our farms, so we'll have increased farm effectiveness. Our building costs will be reduced, and we will begin to have reduced spiritual need. We'll also unlock the Tinkerer. Yes, and now we hit close and get game over. And game over. Excellent. All right. Okay. I think we do one more go. So, we can have our tribe starts with more members but less wood and food. Our tribe starts with more wood and food and less numbers. Or that one with the panic. I'm going to go this time where they just give us a bunch of starting materials and see how this one goes. Okay, so this time we only got 4 people to begin with. And just like last time, we're going to go ahead and see. We've got resources up here and down here. I feel like we go up there with our stockpile. And it wants us to place our logging camps. We'll go there. And there. And there. And I'll put one down here as well. And we can place the granary. There you are. Put that right by our fire. We can place the hunting hall. I found that the hunting hall doesn't seem to matter too much where I put it. And we can place our tents. And this is because we did go and give ourselves a bunch of starting materials. Alright, we're unpausing the game. We gave ourselves a bunch of starting materials right at the beginning. So the good news, bad news of that is by starting with all those extra resources, that'll be helpful. But the bad news about that is what's going to end up happening is we have less people to start. So we got more buffer at the beginning, but less people to work. Now, I did not see where our stone is. Oh, no, don't do that. So I can turn the fire off. And we'll go to our campfire, turn on its schedule. Okay, so I see the stone is right over here to our right. So we're just going to immediately disregard all well-being and good ideas and plop that down and write out our first day and what we found. Let's see. The last of darkness took one of the last as the sun came over the horizon. Oh yeah, no, that was the thing. So the eclipse ended in the entry of night. So we were starting night. So we beat the eclipse, and we didn't survive the night without the eclipse. Which is what I figured is when we were starting the night. That's like, oh yeah, we're so dead. So with all that said, this just came out of early access yesterday. It's available for $20. It's on a discount. It is an early access game. And to be clear, I haven't gone through the first act. I know from doing the playtest, the alpha playtest previously, that there is entirely different scenarios you deal with in the different acts. So there's other things that you can see here. We've got flood barriers. Let's just say you're going to need those. That the situation is going to call for you to need to worry about water management later, so far as not having stuff to drink, but, you know, being able to survive not drowning becomes a problem. And there are many other things, but there's, I believe, actually, do we know how many acts are in the game? I actually don't know how many acts there are in the game. But I am only aware of acts 1 and 2 so far, because that's how far I've gotten. But they do throw different curveballs for you to deal with. There are also random events that happen that you'll sit there and you'll have an event, it'll go A or B. I believe those random events can have multiple outcomes. I could be wrong on that. But that does make it so every run is different because of what event you get stuck with, how they play out, how those things roll. We sent a journey out last time. It definitely did not run into any problems and did not die. You have no evidence other than clips. So, you know, those are definitely things. I'm pretty sure I can... Okay, so we can build that, get our spiritual need taken care of. So we are up to the population we would normally start with now. And we're going to wait to build anything else because we don't physically have people who can work them quite yet. But we're going to keep working with that. So the big thing is it seems like we definitely need to overproduce our wood at the beginning. And more than likely later. Wood seems to be like the critical resource for the early game. So that's a whole big thing. But yeah. The eclipse is the big event. So for similarities, there's other games we run into problems. Alright, so that's where our stuff is over there. We do want to get the Explorer right away. I don't know how soon our person will show up. I'm going to go ahead and build this thing. Oh, I need stone first. Then I'm not going to build it. So building the farm early worked out really well for us last time. Food was so far past secure, I didn't have to think about it at all. Wood, it was doing really well up until the end. So I do think where I was feeling comfortable with my 150 plus wood, very genuinely, it may have been in my best interest. Like, we definitely would have survived if we would turn off the torch at the, where they were getting food from, because we didn't need it. It was just wasting, it was increasing our wood cost by like 25%. We could have just gotten rid of that and probably gone through the eclipse. But, you know, hindsight is 20/20. And it may not have even been a bad idea to just turn off all the remote stuff as people start building up panic. Alright. Because when we don't have the lights on, their fear goes up. And the idea is we want to keep their fear from getting too bad. So this person's going to have fear problems down the road. But it could even be that we just shut down the hull there. You can't place it there, so place you over here. So it could be what we actually do is we stop the hunter hunting entirely and have them just worry about farming. Like, once we get our first farms up, I'm going to turn off the hunter's hall entirely for the time being and just let them work on that. That'll probably do us better, where they don't have to run out into the darkness and all that. We're still waiting to have enough for the tower. One downside we have this time is I think that's far enough away it's not in the light of the fire at night. So they stop working it. And that's also the thing I think we have going on with these trees. The positioning is not quite as good for us this round, but that's okay. More than likely I'll want to put a the torch thing up there. Oh no, it is. Oh, actually all those are. The trees aren't, which still kind of sucks. But that means I could probably put a the torch thing up here later on to make it work. All right. Let's see. But there is the idea of, as time goes on, you'll get spiritual schisms in your group. I do wish there was an easy way to spot spiritual need on our people. Yeah, so spirit seems to be fine. So worry about that later. We'll keep an eye on our fear. Okay, so fear is starting to build up. So let's keep the fire on for right now. And we will get the explorer building going. Where are you at? There. Everything seems to be fine, and then everyone dies. And so when we get 20 stone, I'm gonna put the beacon up here to try to mitigate the fear that's hitting our lumberjacks. It might even be that I put one there and one over here. I'm not excited about that, because it does mean a much higher consumption of our resources. Hunter's Hall is shut down. Don't worry about the Hunter's Hall anymore. All right. Yeah, so bringing the fear down. Your fear goes up still out there, but then you carry it past the fire, so I think you're okay. So it covers 3 tiles, so I kind of want to shove this way up here. Because I put it there, it lights up that whole space. And now let me manage their fear a bit more. Oh yeah, your fear is pretty high, so we'll go ahead and leave that one on. Yeah, chop down that tree, because I want to try and get this up here somewhere where I can snake that up there where it doesn't feel too wasteful. I might just have to accept it's going to be a little on the wasteful side. Oh, not enough resources to make this. Oh, right, stone. Yeah. So we're doing what we can to try and manage the fear. I'm more than likely going to need another woodcutter. We're just going to assume that. I'll put it up there. Because if I can get this up here, then I believe all these woodcutters up here can keep working. We've got our food coming in from here, so we don't need the hunter anymore for the time being. So that'll help our cause. We keep getting stone at night as well. I still have no idea how to manage an easy at the glance how's people's spirituality's going. We've got a few that are a little low, so let's go ahead and have a thing for the spirituality. Filling crops, so we have the same thing as last time. So just like last time, we're going to improve our harvest because that seemed extremely useful. So we're giving up... Basically, if I had an immediate need for food, like we're starving, I could hit the top one to get myself a quick payout. Versus the other one is a long-term bigger gain. Hey, Luxray, how's it going?
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So turn that off right now. There's no one up there. It'd be great if I could put this like right here. Right there would be like the perfect spot for that. Because then it would cover all of that down there. These two would also be acceptable. Alright, was there other advanced stuff we needed over here at the moment? Not yet. So keep that fire going so you can keep cutting down the wood up here. Let's see, Dark Roll. Got near last place tonight. Last place, sorry, I missed what you're doing that you got last place in. Oh, Magic the Gathering. Gotcha. Yeah, so I'll let them keep getting wood at night. Yeah, we can get one of these trees areas up here. I just don't want to overlap a bunch down there right now. That feels kind of wasteful. I mean, maybe it's not. Because maybe if I put it down here where it overlaps, it means the people going through here will get a lot more fear reduction, because it is with things. Appears to be dark by your supply thing. Yeah, it looks that way, but these tiles are actually safe. And these tiles are not, but they're not going there, so that's fine. That might not be a bad spot. Daytime, you can turn off the fire. I can, but the fire does bring down people's fear. Whereas even during the day, it goes. So I'm trying to deal with where we've got some people whose fear is pretty high, so I'm keeping the fire on to help them. So it's consuming our wood, which is a problem, but it's also managing our fear. I'm going to put it there. It's fine. Because we're trying to keep their fear in as much, much as we can. So, like, their fear is going down and all that. We're going to check out the different people who are the woodcutters. And we'll turn off the fires as appropriate. Because I'm trying to lean into the fact that they're cutting wood day and night to keep ahead of the fire. And we'll see how that goes. Yeah, so your fear is well managed. Alright. So where are you? You went to sleep. As you added the game to your wish list, hopefully you'll be able to get it when your financial situation improves. Yeah. Like, it's definitely a game I could see playing a bunch. Like, this is one of those games that'd be fun to like keep an eye on as they add more and more content, because it's early access right now. I do know they have the first act in and the second act. You also like the soundtrack too? Nice ambient tunes? Yeah, it's very suiting for the game. Okay, so yeah, we're working your fear down. Okay, so you're another one of our lumberjacks. How are you doing? Yeah, so your fear is still coming along. We'll keep bringing that down. We could probably kill this fire, but leave the beacons on for right now, so that the lumberjacks can try working that fear down. Okay, so we're doing a good job at stocking up the wood. I have one or two people who are still available to work on things. So part of me is like, let's go ahead and get another woodcutter and just really lean in on the wood. Now, the danger with that is obviously as I cut the trees down, the travel times get worse and worse because they got to go farther and farther. But I'm pretty okay with that for the time being. The trees do regrow. We saw that there was a technology we could unlock to make it regrow faster, but we don't have it yet. Like, imagine what'll happen is I'll get another beacon over here, and then we'll turn this beacon off. Because then there'll be, you know, these trees won't be covered anymore. We won't need it. Alright, how's spirituality doing? Seems to be doing okay. Your spirituality is crap. Let's pick the spirituality. We actually still have people with some pretty high fear. What I want to find is the mushrooms so I can start, or the, is it mushrooms? Whatever, the medicine. That's what we're looking for. The yellow and green medicine to put that to use. I'll just set those for later, so we actually would burn some of them if we find any. Okay, and how are people doing? Who's in bad shape? Because we got a bunch that are reliable worker. Well, that's kind of cool. You're delirious from all sources, so you're the worst one out. And I have no idea where you are. There you are. So you're the one who's doing the worst. Your fear is going down. Let's turn off that fire. Your fear is going down. So we leave the two beacons on, and we'll turn this on and off day to night as needed. Gotcha. So what's happening is at nighttime, the okay, so that doesn't actually make it brighter, it just makes it larger. So at nighttime, they're taking a hit to their fear. I see. That might be one thing, is rotate our workers. Broken knowledge. A nervous wanderer appears at the edge of camp, asking for shelter in exchange for knowledge. Recognize them from a previous life. He says they are a brilliant spiritualist whose fragile mind also caused them to do some horrible things. When asked for details, they couldn't bring himself to describe what had happened. The stranger pleads to be let in, begging for another chance. We can choose leave, we do not trust you, and it doesn't give me any information of the outcome. Or join us, the past is the past, and we will get a bunch of beast progress, which is one of the one of the spiritualities, but it'll reduce our stability by 1. Sure. All right, so let's look at our aspects. Okay, a decision needs to be made between 2 aspects of the disciples of the beast. Choose wisely. We can have fermented fruit, which reduces the discontent, but increases the time they sleep. Or, more groups will ask to join the tribe. Hey, let's go ahead and reduce discontent and increase sleep time. Sure, what could possibly go wrong with that? I also have more people than can sleep in here, but it says 0 out of 6. It doesn't imply they're assigned, so I'm assuming they'll rotate. If not, you know, the new person that we're told we shouldn't trust, they'll be thinking. I assume there'll be a consequence of that later, by the way. That, like, there'll be some later event where that guy causes problems. Fear 10. Alright, who is our highest fear person at the moment? 56. You look like you could use a new job. What building do you work for? Okay. New worker coming in. Sitting by the fire. Congratulations, you're up and you're not. This game looks really cool. Yeah, no, I'm enjoying it. Oh, that was interesting. Because I didn't have this fire going, they all ran up towards the beacon. As like a fallback kind of thing. Yeah, obviously cozy vibes. It's such a cozy game. Spirituality's fine, spirituality's neutral. Yeah, looks like everyone's spirituality's doing okay at the moment. I mean, we're making lots of food. Let's make another tent. And then what I'm going to do is for some of those new workers, let's lean in on doing more down here. So put that there. So we've got another woodcutter down here. With the intent of eventually putting a beacon down to cover this forest as well. Now, one concern is we are obliterating these trees. So I am getting a little worried that that's going to end up biting us in the butt. I'm also going to go ahead and put up another Explorer one of these so that we can explore the map a little bit faster with the intent of shutting those down later. Because I would like to find the medicine. But why are the trees gone? Because trees are evil. We saw the blood tree. We know what it did. Yeah, so it'd be way down here is where we'd want to put that. And how goes people's fears? Fears are being pretty well managed. So let's go ahead and grab you. Which one do you work for? I think you work for this one. You don't. Got you. For work for the one way down here. Now you don't. We will grab one of the people sitting by the fire. You now work there. So basically I'm just rotating people out. Whoever's like... A group of strangers arrive. they'll give us so we can increase stability. So I'm going to get people gradually. I don't need to rush it. So we'll take the extra stability. So honestly, let's turn off the fires for right now. I mean, it could actually we'll leave just the main fire on, none of the others. But as people need to deal with their fear, we could do what we've been doing, which is we just go on here, go who's the worst. Actually, who's the worst? Your discontentment is a little high. I will grab you, find you. Where? Oh, so you're sleeping. I do kind of wish there was an easy way to figure out which one you work for. There you go. So swap you out with someone sitting by the fire. We've got you with 48 fear. You're an explorer. We have someone sitting by the fire. Yeah, we got one who's saying so. We want Paydir, whatever it is, to replace you on your job. So it's not that one, it's this one. Turn those on so I can keep working. All right. And I think during the next day we're going to go over here, build another beacon over for this part of the forest, and then we'll stop using this one. We're basically kind of slowly expanding the area we could cover with the beacons. Alright, so let's go down here. Beacon. You're 3 out. Boom. So you're gone. You're off. And we'll turn that off right now because you seem to be doing alright. You're doing alright. Who's in the worst shape so far as fear goes? We don't have anyone's particularly bad off, so we're going to go ahead and turn this beacon off as well. We're going to leave the main fire here because it keeps sending people back to the main fire to recover from their fears. And we're trying to be a little bit more conservative to start building up our wood supply as best we can. I think our food is good. All right. Yeah, like fear is being really well managed now. So it's you. Who's got the highest at the moment? I mean, that'd actually be another thing I could do is when their fear starts building up, just turn off the beacon so at night they camp out with the fire there to recover. So if you increase that by 1, so it doubles the value. Yeah, we don't really want to do that. It's been a while since we've done that, so let's go ahead and, you know, deal with our spiritual need a little bit. Okay. Yeah, so I'm not even worrying about the excursions to the other areas right now. I do feel like I want to get to the next act where we can start upgrading our buildings, and then we'll start going and worrying about excursions. 'Cause it does seem like the trade post and all that will be very helpful, but it does feel like I burned 100 and something lumber and all that, and I have no idea if that was enough. I think the idea with the excursions is you can effectively make like we have our base here on another tile to effectively have your tribe multi-tiled. I don't know how important that is one way or the other. We're going to figure that out when we get there. Alright, still no luck on finding medicine. There's also probably resources we might need other tiles to get a hold of. Okay, and how are people doing on their fear? Everyone is in the green. And her wood is better situation than it was the last time. You may or may not have slightly too much fireball whiskey. Okay. I guess I kind of wish with the zoom out, and this isn't only this game, when you get out to like the regional map, that I could choose to set it where it was a button click or like a thing down here so I wouldn't accidentally zoom out away. Because I instinctively want to zoom out and I keep doing that. Like part of me wants to be able to zoom out this map farther. Like that's fine that this is the limit. But just instead of just the zoom out taking you right out, it'd be a little bit helpful for me to not accidentally do that a lot. If I could toggle it to be either like a button click or, you know, keyboard shortcut. What do we got here? I don't know what you are. So you're not green mushrooms. You are yellow mushrooms, though. Alright, so. Beacon. 1, 2, 3. They'll get there eventually. Now you want tacos, but like actual tacos instead of taco tacos. Yep. So what I want to do is I want to try and put a beacon like right around here, just enough so it covers that, and they should be able to get to and from. Eclipse on day 17, so menacingly purple. Oh yeah, where? Every once in a while, the ones with the red eyes just wander into the darkness. And I think they get those red eyes from too much fear. Oh, the stats is like being weird. I'm like, excellent. Okay, so never mind. You actually need to reach that. So it's 1, 2, 3. So that would cover that area. And I would need a separate one to cover the path to and from. So for right now, turn that off and that off. But that does mean we can get mushrooms. I also like it's like you're exploring. It's like you can already see that whole area. So what should happen with that is as we use those mushrooms. A story of death and despair. A story about a horrible disaster is spreading among our people. The world will be shattered and drowned in blood. As the truth is revealed, we will all fall to madness and death, they say. Our more neurotic tribes members are already falling into fear and hysteria. If we let this go on, who knows what they'll do? We can ignore them and 4 tribesmen will jump 75 fear. We could say, don't believe their silly tales, which will reduce our influence. And we don't have the choice of medicine. I'm going to use my influence, because 75 fear is a whole big thing. So, turn that on. Turn this on. And I think I'm going to leave the medicine thing off. I'm not going to burn all that extra wood. Stay close to the light. Alright. So we're going to keep those 2 running for right now. Once the trees start to wear thin in those areas, we will be going and shutting them off as well. So we don't have any torches or any of those that are running that have anything to do with, 1 tribesman is in shock. What was your job? What was your job? Lumber cutter? Okay, where were you a lumber cutter at? You were a lumber cutter at... So you're Folk? I need to know where you worked, friend. Okay, you're out. You're sitting by the fire. Get to work. Nothing like a positive event to keep the morals high. Yeah, morale. So we're gonna wait until we start having problems with a lot of people going into shock before we worry at all about trying to do the influence thing. We're just gonna kind of keep riding this. So yeah, so we are slowly getting spiritual progress by burning some of that medicine. And you're getting better, right? Yeah, that's going down. All right, so this time I feel pretty good that we're gonna just ride right on through the eclipse. Let's see, you can cycle through the buildings with the same keys that you can with the tribe, if that helps. There's a building I can cycle through the tribe. Oh, right. Yeah. It'd be really nice, though, if I could just click on this person and be like, where do you work? I mean, right now, they don't work anywhere. But, like, where it says, you know, lumberjacking here, that you can just click on that and take... I'm not sure if you saw, like, the little tentacle thing shoot across here for a second. Not a huge fan of that. Twitch chat. Did we name someone after Twitch chat this time? Let's check. I don't think we did. Alright, congratulations. This is Twitch chat. So we still only have 1 person in shock. So we're doing pretty good. Let's take a look at our people. How's the fear going? You're getting too high. Yeah, so you see, that's, I love it. It makes me happy. Alright, so Gref. Where do you work, Gref? There you go. You don't work there anymore. Here, Twitch chat, you get to take over. And who else is doing badly? We have an explorer being weird. Okay, so you're You're the one we assigned up here, right? Yeah. I wish I could see here as well as the ones who are struggling. That's fine, we'll get there. Do you play any 4X strategy games? On stream, no, but I have played plenty like Stellaris and Civilization and all that in the past. Streaming 4X strategy games is real rough. It's not undoable, but it's very difficult to stream those games for any length of time. They're just not particularly suited for streaming content. For like YouTube and that, it works really well. Because you could skip all like the grind, the slow, the waiting, and be like, oh no, next engagement. Like you can kind of skip through things. All right, so you're not doing so well. And your fear is still going up. We're doing fine on wood. Let's go ahead and do a ritual to get people to be a bit happier. We'll let less fearful. We can turn these off. We'll turn one of them off. Because they're up there being weird right now. So you finish that, so immediately turn around and do the spirituality ritual. Just because we kind of need it. All right. So yeah, we're doing much better. I'm sitting on like 222 wood. Eek. We don't need to go there. That's not great. Alright, so you got a bunch of fear. You're delirious. You might actually starve to death because it's one of the things that, No, actually you're okay on food. It does seem like while they're delirious, they won't take care of a lot of their needs. Alright, so fear is starting to really build up on us. But we're almost to the other side of the eclipse, and this time, we're not in a horrific state. Yay! The perk eclipse is removed. Let's see, green medicine north of camp? Maybe. The moon is finally able to pierce through the darkness and the mist around us disappears. The long night has ended, but the horrors are still out there. We must prepare for what's ahead. Okay, so we are in Act 2, so our farm is going to be doing better. We could build stuff on the cheap, but we need more social interaction. We're going to need more spiritual stuff, and we now have the ability to research. So, with that, let's immediately make the Tinkerer to get research started. You saw this on YouTube, wasn't sure it was like Don't Starve. Had it on my watch list. Yeah, so it's not very much like Don't Starve, it's more Settlement Builder. When you zoomed out, you think green medicine is marked in the north camp? Oh, there is. It's probably right up here outside of my light radius. Good catch. Because we got the yellow stuff down there. There is. All right, so what we're going to go ahead and do is get the green medicine. You know, I have to stop there because we're low on stone. And it's also be concerned because we're halfway through the stone we have. So that's great. And how is fear doing? Because everyone needs to be recovering from their fear. Fear is mostly going well. Okay, so we want Roke, whatever his name is, you go here. There. That's your job, because you're extra good at it. Because with that, I should be able to start doing upgrades. So I do think the first upgrades we want to do is I want to get forestry higher. As like, oh, I see, it's tier 1, 2, 3. Never mind, we can sharpen our axes as the first one. I don't care about the hunting. Improved tools, okay. Quicker growth of medicine. Alright. So keep the fires related to chopping wood on at night, and I think we let the other ones go out. Who's in the dark and why? Alright, so the tribe is doing okay. Our fear is relatively fine. Our chance of panic is basically none. Our tolerance is fine. Our stability is fine, so we're doing there. Our cohesion is actually slightly down due to tribe population. So let's figure out which one they were working for. There, so you are going to this person. Because we had one whose fear was getting pretty high, so I didn't want to push it. Alright. We've got both green and yellow medicine going. We checked our spiritual aspects. We're not actually getting near as much as I thought. That's lovely. Somewhat concerning. The Beast and the Shepherd. 2 tribe members are preparing an offering to the gods, hoping to receive their protection. One arguments that the shepherd's guidance will ensure our survival, while the other says we need strength of the beast. Let's see. This will improve Twitch chat's opinion of the disciple of the beast and Rakoki's. This will do nothing from what the prompt is telling me, and this will burn our influence. Yeah, sure. So we have more view on the beast. Where's that? Alright, well, I don't know actually what that did, but sure. Oh, you know what I think it is? I think we actually look at the members and we go to Twitch chat here. They are a member of Disciples of the Beast. I see. I really need more stone in a bad way. Alright, so you're almost out of wood on both of these. So pretty soon... Actually, we are getting dangerously low on wood. When did our wood start going down so much? I probably just need to... Like, the next in-game day, probably shut down some of these beacons up here and start moving some of the ones down there. Yeah, so shut this beacon down and shut this beacon down. They're not really doing much to help us right now. Put a beacon there. Eclipse plus deforesting? Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing. I want to put one down here, but I need them to like give me a good spot to put it in here somewhere. It's not a great spot. 1, 2. Yeah, I want it to be at least far enough out to feel like it's worth the while. Over here's too far to one side. I'll just have to let them keep cutting through it. You can probably turn the fire off during the day too, till fear starts to build up again. Oh, like everyone is team the beast. So you're going to bed, that's fine. I guess I still need that running. Because I need to like have a way for them to bleed off fear. Oh right, at night tonight we're gonna have them do our spiritual ritual. So don't worry about cutting stuff tonight. We're gonna do a spiritual ritual. We're gonna have just the one fire going. It's fine. I really wish that Zoom didn't do that. Okay. So we'll save the yellow stuff to reduce fear. Or sorry, we'll save the yellow stuff. Sorry, save the green stuff. To keep reducing fear and all that. I'm also noticing our stone is getting pretty scarce, which is not a good thing. We are still exploring there around us, but we have not seen another source of stone. Our food is also not keeping up. I've not been watching. Our food needs to be addressed immediately. So we're gonna go here. I want to try to keep it... Here, this will work. I say I want to try and keep it as close as I can to... It's not worth anything if we don't put at least one crop around it. Okay. Turn that off. Oh, you know what it is? The pathing is getting worse and worse for these buildings. So I do only get a partial amount of the wood back. So what needs to happen is some of these ones that are like the wood cutters that are farther back, those are going to need to be moved up. So like we're going to need to like shut down this wood cutter, for example, and put it up here somewhere. That's the issue. Because they're spending too much time pathing back and forth. So let's just ride out tonight without the other lights on. Then what we'll do is the next in-game day, I'm gonna knock down no food. Yeah, that was what I was trying to do here, is build our next set of food things. We could turn that back on. Man, I was gonna go ahead and get, you know, some of this other stuff sorted out. We just didn't quite get there. But we're doing pretty good in research. So we could sharpen our tools. We're not gonna... Oh, we need extra food for that. I understand. That's fine. So we'll definitely want to go and get our research going. So what I'm going to do is this one's going to go. We're going to get our wood back. I'm going to pop over here, and we're going to drop this one right up there. That's not the right building. We just wasted materials. We're going to go right up here and grab the lumber camp and put it right there. We're going to shorten that walking path. And then this one's going to need to go. And we're going to go ahead and put it right over here. We're going to stop with that. But you get the idea. I'm trying to move the woodcutters closer to the forests. And I'll also build one more field to try and help with the food supply for now. I just gotta be careful that I don't overextend, whatever you want to say, my wood supply. Yeah, we're getting low on stone here, and I haven't seen any more. Keep that fire going, because that'll let us get a little bit more wood. And keep this fire going, because that'll let us get a bit more wood. Freedom or control. Two tribes members have gotten into a heated argument. One insists that everyone should be free to do as they want, regardless of what the tribe thinks. And the other says we need to control ourselves and our fellow tribe members. Otherwise, everyone will suffer. So freedom is essential will mean... Interesting. So some people will gain freedom and some people will lose it. We need to control to survive. It's kind of the same mix. Neither is the right way. So basically, it seems like if I choose freedom as the way, most people will be happy. Or actually, with both of them, there'll be 2 people who like us less and 4 people who like us more. I have no idea what implications are freedom and control in the game, but it looks like it's kind of a 50-50 on which way is the right way to deal with that. And obviously we're going to need to move the beacons out farther, which is one of the things that's worrying me is the increased cost of resources is going to be an issue. And we're still struggling with our food. Plunk down another field. We'll actually do 2 fields today. I want to get all the fields set up. And then we will take one of our other woodcutters that's far enough away from stuff and move it closer to help that out. So this is the farthest one we've got right now. It's fired. And we'll go ahead and plunk them over here. And pretty soon we'll need to make a new beacon over this way to just extend our reach. If I take that apart, so that one I definitely lose a lot. What do you cost normally? 18, right, because the buildings are cheaper right now. Turn this one on. And honestly, this beacon's not doing us a whole lot of good. I mean, gets us one more tree in range. Alright. Yeah, that doesn't cover much. Probably put another thing over here. Then during the day, I can put down the other two things that should start stabilizing our food. I'm really surprised I'm struggling with the food so much all of a sudden. Because I've gone out of my way to make sure the food stayed in range of these things. How is our fear doing, by the way? Fear is not great for you. So we're gonna look for someone who is doing relatively well. Crop farm. Same here. Crop farm. So get the people who are relatively close to there. And is there anyone else whose fear was getting pretty bad? We have a lumberjack that's getting a little rough. Yeah, so you. Looking for someone, Spirit Lodge. Alright, so we're switching out some of the people so they can handle a little bit better. So turn that on. Put a beacon here. Yeah, so wood chain across. I don't know if we want to tear those down yet, but that's an idea. So we can spread that out farther. We can go ahead and turn... Well, no, we sent some of the people back locally, so let's keep that light going for a little while. Is this game TTK? I don't know what you mean by that. Are we making a joke about RimWorld having Twitch integration? Because I don't think TTK as an abbreviation meets much outside that. I'm pretty, like, they don't have Twitch integration yet. I don't know if they're planning to add it, but the game is still an early access game, and there really is not much listed about, like, that kind of stuff. Now, to be clear, we're actually well past how long I needed to, Oh, was that just Twitch chat? Yeah. No, we're well past the... like the sponsored segment, but I am just enjoying the run, so I do think we're gonna keep playing through the run. Oh yeah, no, we named a character Twitch chat. That wasn't like some special in-game thing. We physically gave them that name. All right. So I think this one actually does go. Because I'm just having them explore, trying to look for more goodies. If we can get some extra food supplies built up, I do think we send out a group to check out nearby places. Okay, got a pretty nice set of trees up here. I think this one goes away. Let's get rid of that one. And we're going to put it up here as well. And what I'll do is I'll put another one up here to, like, do this forest. Yeah, it was a sponsored segment, but I'm enjoying it so well, I'll keep playing it. It's a pretty good review. Oh yeah, to be clear, like I said, part of the thing that made me excited is we played the early alpha playtest, and we had a good time. We're like, oh, like, we've hit about the end of the game for that point. Like, it's kind of like a demo-ish version kind of thing. And so when they reached out, they said, hey, we'd like to sponsor another stream. I was like, yes. Like, people enjoyed the game, I enjoyed the game, and it wasn't available for people at that moment. Lurking Hunger. A twisted figure arrives at the camp. The old woman looks ancient, with hair like silver and deep wrinkles on her face. She moves as if she was no heavier than a feather. The grass barely bends under her feet. We meet again. Or is this the first time? You look the same to me. Nevertheless, you should feel lucky I'm inclined to ask you for help. I require 100 food in 3 days' time, and you will receive a reward. Do you accept my offer? I know if I say no, there is going to be a really bad consequence. And I know if I say yes and fail, there's going to be a really bad consequence. Just because game logic. Maybe we can make this work? I'm going to do it, and I'm going to immediately pause, and we're going to disregard anything resulting in reasonable thought, and just immediately set this up. What time of day is it? Okay, we just started our day. All right. The internet is scripted. You made the best site? Well, it's some of these games have, like, the style has been around for a long time. Not a long time. But you get where I'm going with this. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So that should work. Cool. So that way we can get all the, we can keep them cutting trees. One of my tribe's members is in shock. Lovely. It makes sense that the explorers have been struggling. How are we doing with the rest of the tribe, though? We still have some lumberjacks that are in rough shape. That's the explorer one that's in shock. Lovely. Where are we going with this? I must know. All fun till the fire goes out. Yeah, when the fire goes out, it goes real grim real fast. We need more stone. We're going to actually unassign one of our explorers. Okay. It's fine. I was making sure I actually had capacity for everything. Alright, so we're doing that so they can keep cutting the trees during the night. I want to do that down here, but there's just not a good place to put the beacon yet. So we are increasing the amount of wood we're consuming very rapidly. Now the hope is with an entire other plot of this, that we have 3 days to try and make this this food happen, that we can hopefully make that happen. If not, that's bad, and I would not be happy about that, but it is what it is. Oh man, it just burns so much wood. I need to keep that on so you keep getting better. Consume daily to reduce fear. Tonight we'll do the spiritual ritual. Alright, so let's look at our people, see who we need to move around to help out. So 49 appears to be our most upset person. So that's pay. So that's you. Crop farm, we'll switch you. Food for thought. Our tinkers ask for additional resources to feed their creative flame. Those inspiring substances would surely lead us to great things. Provide 10 in 5 days. Sure. So we're gonna let them take drugs to help themselves out, I guess, was the implication there. Alright, let's see who else we have that's looking pretty rough. You're at 4. You're doing the yellow stuff. So we're going to change that to not the first crop one. That one. Alright. Yeah, so that's giving us more trees we can cut down. Those are giving us more trees we can cut down. They don't actually seem to be cutting them down at night that much, though. It might just be they need to clear the path for it to be more reliable. So I'm basically keeping this one on, so my whoever's like doing the worst, we send them back here to like the main area to recoup from their fear. And the others just keep going out and doing whatever. And I'm just periodically kind of rotating people. So I got 48 here. So you're delivering from the lumber camp, so it's Puv. Alright, so I want to keep you tinkering. I know we just moved you. Ah, the spiritual person. We could swap them out. Alright, I feel like we also want to get a woodcutter over here at this point. We're doing what we can to try and move things forward. It almost feels like the play might be to not do what I'm doing where I'm spreading these out, but like put all the woodcutters over on one area and just kind of grow that way. And then when that's depleted, move on to the next one. Hey, Treymark. Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. And what were we streaming today and all that good stuff. But welcome in, raiders. This is looking pretty bad for us hitting that, that 100 food. There's nothing I can do about it at this point. So unless we're lucky and we get a bunch of the food early on, we're gonna be in rough. And so Treymark was playing. It's saying recently they've been playing Far Cry 6, Minecraft, and War Thunder. So if any of those games are the things you'd like to see and watch out and check out, go give that a look. But thank you so much for that raid. I do appreciate it. The woman returns. The old woman returns to camp. She quickly realizes that we have failed to collect the promised food. There's not a flinch in her expression, yet her voice cuts sharp as steel. Idiots. Do you think I asked for food for nothing? If the newborn perish because of this, you'll wish that we never crossed me. And just so you'll remember, the woman sweeps her finger through the air, and a yellow mold rises from the ground, spreading throughout her buildings. She disappears into the forest. 5 buildings are randomly destroyed. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I have been having a good stream. So what buildings were destroyed? The Tinkerer's workshop is gone. Our medicine to the north is fine. Medicine to the south is fine. I think all... I don't see much missing. So I do see the Tinkerer's workshop is gone. Oh, that hurts. The lights, I mean, we have these 2 lights, and I have those 2 lights. Ah, the lights up here, that's fine. I'm actually okay with those lights being gone. If I was gonna lose something, those lights down there, the light that's up here, I could live without. Kinda wish I'd target one of those explorer things, but that's fine too. Oh, and the hunter's location. That got knocked out. How are we doing so far as our fear? We still have people who are getting up there. 55, you're going to bed. Keep working on it. I'm gonna stick around here, but you're falling asleep sitting here? Gotcha, no problem. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Oh! They destroyed our spiritual place. That sucks. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna ride through this night. What's that? Flood. No. No flood. No flood. I don't have the supplies for a flood. Look. I'm gonna be real with you. I do not have much confidence in this situation. That's just so much wood. You know what? We're reaching the point I don't actually think it's worth running those all night. And instead we're just doing this here. Because in the extra time it takes them to path to do that, we're burning wood the whole time. So I think it is those things that we just gotta try and make it work during the day. And just deal with it when we hit nighttime again. It's just the life we live at this stage. So spiritual building. I need some wood, man. You know what I probably also need to do? Can I have... Oh no, it's one stockpile per map, right? Yeah, one per camp. So, alright, you take it easy. So I can't actually move that closer. I need to be making our stuff, but I need the spiritual building. I think we are entirely screwed. Because I can't afford any of that, really. Like, we're gonna be lucky if we can make it through the night kind of things. Destroy that. Put that there, but turn it off for now. And I'll leave that one running late into the evening so I can try cut these trees right here. I should have done that forever ago. Not having the Tinkerer's building is going to absolutely kill us. Okay, turn that one on at night. There's so many with the red eyes wandering away. Oh yeah, we're still trying to get the plus points. We're really close. You only need 13 more points. So it's two tier 3 subs and a tier 1 sub would do it. Or some combination that's not quite that. So I'm hoping what'll happen is as the flood shows up, I could just start slamming out some buildings over here. Yeah, no, it's just that walk time. Alright. Dark clouds gather above us, bringing with them rain more intense than ever before. Our flames are struggling to keep lit, and the ever-growing flood threatens our survival. We must not let them claim our homes. Your tribe gets flood. Member discontent. In shallow waters, +5. In medium waters, +10. In high waters, +15. Light building radius range -2. Oh, that is going to kill us. Light buildings inactive in medium waters and in high waters. Production time has slowed in any of the other waters. Alright, so let's try and prioritize places we will need to deal with that. Turn it off. Oh, we're just dead tonight. That's what's happening. We're just dead tonight. Wait for it. Oh man. With that reduced radius, that new beacon doesn't do me any good. Not unless, I guess we turn up the size. Well, it's nice been knowing you. It's been good. But, you know. Oh, we survived the night. We lost someone. Yes, we did. So the problem is this water is going to spread, and I'm barely holding on with what we've got. And that's not going to go well for us. We've got a member in shock. What were you working on, friend? You're a lumberjack? We're looking for the lumberjack that Pub is working at. So you, congratulations. Crop farm, you work there now. Did we lose Twitch chat? I actually didn't see. Is Twitch chat still alive? Did the game target Twitch chat directly? No, Twitch chat is still in it. Alright, we had another one who had a break. So we're going to try and keep this going with the increased radius so that they can keep cutting just a little bit of wood down here to try and keep us above water on wood. And now flooding, wonderful. Twisted reflection. Some of our tribe keep staring at the pools of floodwater, claiming to see something in them. These are not just puddles. They are gateways, pieces of the great depths. Pieces of the great depths. The others repeat longingly. We can let them admire the water. It will reduce fear and discontent. And it will have a chance of them dying in water more. Sure. That seems reasonable. Okay, so have a ritual to reduce fear. That should be able to help us improve our situation. Turn the beacon off. Right now I need to keep that going to get the fear down. And I do feel like we put another flood wall up there. And a flood wall there. And a flood wall there. The flood rises. We will get through this. The water keeps rising, making it harder and harder for us to contain it. It is some of the dark force that's trying to drown these lands. Or perhaps we are just imagining things. Well, that sucks because I started to put the flood barrier and it just got immediately overrun. Because it's too late. Members are in shock. So I don't know how we mitigate the flood more than we already are trying. Turn that off. Oh, we are in bad shape tonight. We are in real bad shape tonight. I've come to the realization that doesn't help because I can't reach the stockpile. Something lurks in the water. 6% chance to disappear. Water will rise in 1 day and 11 hours. Oh my god, this goes on forever. So we needed way more supplies. Something happened after we went through the Oh, I gotta keep that on. We got way too many people panicking. But I can't keep it on. Even just the 1 or 2 wood, because of how long it's taking people to get around, is just not enough. Oh yeah, no, that's we did, it was the alpha playtest. We did that. These people would be losing their mind in the solar eclipse. We had a solar eclipse. We did that. It actually went okay. Oh, we've got more people who are in panic because someone disappeared. We went through the solar eclipse. That was what killed us on the first go of it. The solar eclipse wiped us out. Man, no, unfortunately, it's too late for me to stop it. I'm just trying to keep the fire from, like, us dying. But as you can see, the people going out into the water are just dying one after the other. Yeah, sorry, those camps are just too far out in the water. I can't have you doing it anymore. You're just dying left and right. 18 wood is not enough to get through the night, I don't think. Do another ritual to try and reduce our fear. Not feeling real confident it's going to do a whole lot of good for us. Our food is running dangerously low as well as the floods are overtaking us. So the problem is when the flood reaches the middle of the camp, the fire goes out. Like I can't run a light source with the flood present. Alright, we ran out of wood, but we did make it into the next day. The water rises in 2 in-game hours. Oh boy, it's gonna be great. It's not gonna have... The flood gets work. The rain shows no sign of ending. More and more lands are claimed by the flood. It has brought something terrible with it. A deadly presence lurking beneath the surface. Stay on dry land. So, is Twitch chat still alive? Or were they yoinked by the water? Twitch chat is still alive. Actually doing relatively well. For the next 30 seconds. Turn that building off and turn that building off. They're useless to us now. These aren't going to help us. No one's going to be able to reach it. We're just trying to rely on these last two to get us through, and I don't expect it to work. Especially since the floodwater is going to go up again. Alright, will it be enough? My feeling is no. High danger. 24% chance for every in-game hour they're in the water of getting yoinked. Up and goodbye. Oh, it's gonna go out right as daytime shows up. Sitting by the fire. Chopping tree. From the depths they come. One of our tribesmen wants to let the waters engulf the camp. He believes the flood is a gift, beckoning the arrival of a new god. We mustn't resist. These lands will be our new kingdom. From the god of the depths, he will keep him safe. We can exile the betrayer, and they disappear. Punish him for that mad tongue. Tolerance decreases by 1. I got plenty of people. Goodbye. Cut the trees like your lives depend on it, because low-key, they very much do. Actually, we can cash in some quick wood. I can't use these right now. They're way out here. They're not doing us any good, and anyone who goes to them dies, so we just bought ourselves like 5 wood. Definitely worth it. And for that matter, one of these explorer things, give it back. We're on the home stretch. You love the game mechanics. Banished somehow more tolerant than punishing him there. Yeah. Well, I think the idea is your society becomes less tolerant. That's kind of the belief is you banish this person because they're saying this ridiculous stuff that could put you in danger. Alright. Turn the light back on. How's Twitch chat doing? Twitch chat is honestly doing pretty good. They're a little upset, a little scared, understandably, but you know. We're also going to go ahead and kick in the thing where we'll take a little bit of the green medicine to get the fear to go away a little bit. Alright, we just got to last 12 more in-game hours and then the water starts going back down. The tribe must first survive, chat. We must make it to the other side of the flood. Green medicine? Uh-huh. That was one of our people just got yoinked. It wasn't Twitch chat, though. Surprised these two are still able to go. The clouds are parting, the rain has finally ceased, and the waters are retreating. But we cannot celebrate yet. Not before this flood is fully over. Just a little longer. It's probably fine. We're gaining 19 fear a day because of everyone who went missing. In sickness and in health, our tribes members argue about how to deal with the rain. Letting ourselves get wet could lead to sickness, but avoiding the rain the best we could... Let's see. But avoiding the rain the best we can would surely affect our work. That'll improve... No. We're all getting soaked. There's no use trying to avoid it. Uh-huh. I can't afford to have a 25% reduction to productivity. I'm sorry. Oh, it's so beautiful. We can see land again. So, do we still have the reduced radius? We do not. They can keep working. Work! Work through the night, my friends! The flood has ended. Let's see what the future brings. The last of the waters have disappeared and the land belongs to us once more. We have a new opportunity to build and grow and become stronger than before. Act 3, Emergence. We didn't worry about the groups that formed within the tribe. We even welcomed the impact they had, but us ignoring them was like a drowning man ignoring rising water. The darkest shadows might not be the ones that surrounding us, but the ones that grow within. Short tempers. We will have more riots, wanderlust, journey area exploration, sense of purpose. We'll have more philosophy. Prosperity times. The tribe growth will be faster. Distrust. They'll have more spiritual need. I'm not feeling great about how this is likely to go for us. Yeah, no, the stone is bad. And the wood is worse. Come on, it's almost daytime. Just hang in here for a few seconds. Oh, there's 2 gone. Hey, everyone's fine. Twitch chat did not disappear in that wave. But suddenly, for some reason, everyone here has growing fear, and I have no one to go get wood. Hey, you, who's the one person who's not currently in fear? I need you. You're asleep, go to work. You're asleep, go to work. I don't care if you want to wait, go to work. Because their fear will continue to escalate until we get the fire going. And there's gonna be no fire if there's no wood. It's probably fine. I think we're gonna have a riot. Considering by having max fear, you have more discontent. And currently, I only have 2 people in this whole place who could do work right now. We're at 100% fear. We are the embodiment of fear. Gonna wait till it complains that everyone is inside the darkness. Oh, no, not all of them. No. Just the one. Because I'd like them to cut down trees. Oh, good. Wait, why are you perishing from hunger? There's 25 food. Come on now. So you're sleeping, and you're sleeping. That's fine. I'd love to keep that fire on, but what my hope here is that I can build one more of these real fast, and we'll move it down farther. Please, I really need the wood. Panic levels are rising. So you're in shock, sitting by the fire, get moving. All right. So I think we're accepting the panic. The trees do regrow, we're just cutting them down way faster than they regrow. I've seen them pop up a couple of times. There's also actually a research that when we get to tier 2, that we can make the trees grow faster. So I'm embracing the fact that we're going to have a panic and there's really nothing I can do about it. Oh good, someone's actually getting more food. Because like I can't, there's just like not a way I can bring this fear down. So we're just gonna embrace the fear, let them get it out of their system, have their panic, hopefully have enough supplies to survive the other side of the panic, and then move on from there. Now, of course, my big concern we also have from that is just the fact that, sleeping, chopping tree, is just the fear that what's going to end up happening with all this is, by the time we get to the other side of the panic, everything's going to be just awful. Especially since we're doing 0 research anymore because the Tinker's Place got rid of and I can't keep the wood up. So that's the thing we got to figure out in the future is we definitely had a problem where we started cutting back too far and how we address the tree issue. It could be that I needed to tech up early when I had the supplies to improve the production time, and then I don't know with the tier 2 what we take to unlock. Oh, it's just straight up 150. Never mind. So there's our lesson. So it almost feels like the move is to just beeline as fast as you can to the tier 2 to get the trees regrowing and then get the people cutting. Because it does seem like the pathing is the problem to the stockpile here. That you almost want to like make sure you build the stockpile near a big chunk of trees. Use that as your early game resource. Panic. Fear has gotten out of hand. The tribe is falling into panic. Nothing can stop it now. 2 members of your tribe will get running away for 6 hours. 10 members of your tribe will get panic for 6 hours, and tolerance has decreased. Yay! This is gonna go great. People are definitely not gonna get yoinked. Buried treasure. One of our stoneworkers has unearthed a mysterious gem. Beneath its shadowy surface, there shines a mix of every color imaginable, warping around each other like flames. People are arguing what we should do, what we should have it, about who should have it. Let's see. It can belong to the person who found it, which massively reduces discontent, fear, and shadow chance of death. 1 member will get it. It belongs to the lodge. It's clearly spiritual. We gain more aspect. It belongs to the tribe. That'll benefit the most. The tribe. Okay, you got out of your system. You're feeling good. Feeling better. No, you're not. You're not even remotely feeling better. What you are feeling is not better. What you're feeling is what we call hysteria. Absolute hysteria. So you're all sleeping. So keep that turned off. Alright, so I need this fire to stay on. So I'm gonna expect you all... Here, we don't need stone, stop it. We don't need the explorer. We can destroy these for more resources. You're sleeping, you're eating, you're eating. Okay, let's get another one up here. You're in shock. We'll grab one of the ones who's sleeping. So I need to keep that fire going to get our panic down. Because it is slowly coming back down. My fear is we're going to have something that's going to happen this act, and we're just going to be trying to piece our burning wreckage of a tribe back together. And so, you know, it's going to go great. We have one assigned person. Oh, it's with everyone in shock. That's fine, whatever. Keep trying to work, please. Okay, I need other people working here. Retreating to the light. Alright, you're on that job. Harvesting crops, I'll keep you on that. Yellow medicine farming, you're not on that job anymore. You are all in shock still. Medicine, you're not doing that job anymore. Okay. Which apocalypse event would happen next? What are there 4 different horsemen that signal the end? I don't know. But the good news is we are making good progress in recovering and all that. So that's all wonderful. So tolerance plus 10. Ah, that fear is finally coming down. We're down to 4 people in shock. That needs a... You need the wood now. We need the wood now, please. I saw you had that wood. Bring it back. Bring the wood back. Okay, we're fine. Disciples of the Beast. A new faction has formed, calling themselves Disciples of the Beast. By imitating their god, they seek to break free from the rules of society and live in pure instinct alone. We'll see what they do. Look, now is not the time. Alright, keep bringing that fear down, because as long as that fire is up, we have a problem. But if we keep bringing the fear down, we will recover. Alright, so I did add another woodcutter in there. We're just trying to get as many of them as possible going. Get out of here. I need you on the woodcutting. All right. How is our spiritual progress going, by the way? I mean, it's moving along, but we've been making no meaningful progress because of everything else going on. Philosophies. So, freedom versus control. We are starting to lean towards freedom. Oh, I see. Be able to keep working, going to bed, going to bed, going to bed, being weird. We need more people. Only one last person is in shock. I need you to cut that wood way faster, friends. We keep getting just to the end of night, and then then the lights go out. So we're just barely coasting through this. You know what it could also be? I probably just have to build the population up faster. Because if I build up the population, I can have more people working in general. So that's probably my mistake, because I'm trying to take the usual strategy you have with a lot of survival games, which is you do not let your population grow too fast. Because very quickly, things go sideways. Because normally the constraint is needing firewood and food and all that for each individual home. But that's not how this works. We got food requirements, but not the other stuff. Okay, so no one is currently panicked, so we're good there. Tolerance is going down. So we are going to burn a bunch of our influence to nudge that. Oh, 10 members with 295 strength. So I think we're going with the Disciples of the Beast because there is fully on board with that one. Once again, your greed is downfall of the room. It happens a lot. Keep that going. Turn back on the stone pit for right now. And when we make it to morning, we're going to remake the hunter to help supplement our food. I mean, our food should be amazingly well situated. Okay, how are people doing now? They're doing relatively okay. Wood is running low. That's fine, we're actively working on it. Because, yeah, so the pathing here. So there's got to be a better way to deal with the pathing situation. Building another woodcutter. So yeah, so they are just depleting this forest down here, which isn't ideal, but it's what I got. My hope is I can get enough wood that when it comes to all that, we can build the Tinkerer again and start doing some upgrades, because I feel like that's what's going to kill us, is just we're so far behind in the tech trend that's why I can't seem to catch up. So I'm going to try turning this on before we hit nighttime, and then maybe some of them won't go to sleep immediately. Sitting by the fire, congratulations, you're up. Sitting by the fire, you're up. You finally got the upgrade, and this happens? Yeah. Mechanator runs in RimWorld get pretty rough. Alright. So we made it through the night. Oh, the stockpile. That's right. The stockpile's way up there. It is kind of... There's got to be a way to improve the stockpile situation. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to turn that one off, and instead we're going to go and move one of them over here. Because that'll be more efficient for the stockpile. We can get all those. And see what we can make happen. Because there shouldn't be anyone available. Oh, no, there's a bunch available. Yeah, so you keep working. Alright, so we are recovering our wood supply. Oh, right, I still have that one up there. It doesn't reach down here, does it? I made it so it's just slightly short of reaching the whole area. Okay. Yeah, so you're still good there. Yeah, so it doesn't reach. I could make it burn more wood, but that's probably not worth my time. That's just killing my wood supply faster. Alright. Get people back to work. How goes the fear in the colony? So you're doing... Yellow medicine person's not doing so hot. So let's go and... Stone Pit, you're going to be low fear. You're probably also not doing hot, I would guess. I'm just going to assume they're not doing hot. Crop Farm. So you swap out. Get that fear back in order. Okay. There's a good chance the next in-game day I might be able to get the Tinkerer's place back up and running. All right. Yeah, so definitely mismanaged handling the handling our wood cutting in the early game, where I just kept trying to like have the regular stuff. I think also where I put the stockpile is going to be more important. Like I had it kind of up to, we used to have a forest up here that we cut down. You have to wait another in-game day, unfortunately. But we're getting there. I'm still waiting for whatever the next problem. Wait, locust swarm? What? Hang on. Wait, what I see? Locust? What? Wait. The locust swarm will eat the land bare. Prepare for the hardship of hunger. No, don't prepare for the hardship of hunger. No hunger. No hunger. Okay, new plan. We're not going to worry about the Tinkers thing. We're just going to go right into upping our food supply. Because that sounds terrible. Don't worry about that job. It's not important. If you hold shift, you can add more farm plots without selecting them individually. Yeah, no, I figured. Like, yeah, thank you for that. So let's turn that beacon on. We're gonna run out of wood soon. That's in range from this beacon, but that's okay. When we get through tonight, we're gonna go ahead and put down the next 3 plots. And a dream visitor. Somehow, our sleeping tribe members share a dream. In that dream, a swarm of fireflies blocks the night sky with a sickening light. They demand new vessels for themselves to replace those lost faraway battle. We have to make a choice. Should our brave hunters or us all become the vessel of our light? If we allow the hunters to become the vessels, all Hunters Hall will receive a chance of shadow death of 80% and will ignore the Nighthorn. Take us all. It increases the panic threshold. Take us all. So we're basically putting ourselves at a higher risk of panic. All right. So that's what we're doing today, is we got another farm going. I think that means the threshold for panic, panic is raised by 25. Yeah, my assumption of what that meant was we were 25 more into panic. Tribe member fear, the camp, minus 2 point whatever. Cohesion. We have better tolerance, panic threshold, inner light. Oh, that implies it improves. Either way, we're not too worried about it. Our panic is good. I don't think we're gonna have nearly enough food for the locusts by the time they show up. I'll try to squeeze in one more farm in the range, because I'm assuming what's going to happen with this event is it's just going to be food as the big negative, and then, you know, the people having their fear and panic and that kind of nonsense again. I unintentionally juggled my wood to do that. That wasn't a plan, but it worked out, so we're going to do it anyways. Makes sense. So if it took, like, hitting 50 panic before, take 75 now. Yeah, I figure something like that. Turn off the beacon, grab this, grab the crop farm, plunk it down, grab here. I need to actually hold shift. All right. And I think we're officially at the point there's no more wood in range of this this beacon. Let's turn that fire off, let the wood catch up. We're not dealing with any immediate panic right now. Let's just try and make that last, try and get as much wood as we can. I'm assuming the locusts are going to wipe out all our crops, by the way. They are locusts. It's kind of their thing. All right. So let's have the ceremony. This one we'll try and get ourselves some more spiritual stuff. I wonder if they eat the trees too. Oh man, if they eat the trees too, that'd be bad. Real locusts don't eat trees, but this is video game, so you know, you never really know what to expect. All right, that's pretty much all we can do at this point, I think. Turn that off. Good luck, friends. You're either gonna make it or you're not. 50-50 chance. Even if they ate trees, logically, you'd still have dead wood to collect. Well, I mean, if they ate the trees, the assumption is they'd eat the dead wood too, but I do think this is going to be an event that'll be entirely trash all of our food. And we're sitting on 13 food, so we're pretty much as dead can be. The only hope is that we manage to harvest a whole bunch of crops beforehand. There's got to be the one guy holding out with the Snicker bars in his pocket, probably. The locust. A distant hum reaches our ears. We look this guy and we see a swarm of locusts coming towards us like a tidal wave. The air becomes thick with flickering wings, and we feel their long legs latching onto our bodies. Driven by an endless hunger, the locusts seek to annihilate everything worth eating. They are everywhere. They are countless. Don't let them get the best of us. Tribe member discontent, +20. Trees will no longer grow. Crops will no longer grow. All crops are destroyed. I think I can work with this. Kill as many locust hides as possible to protect your food from the wave. The locust will always consume some of it. So I think what we do to get around this is if we can manage to survive, I make like 3 hunters places and just let them loose. Alright, so Hunter's Hall and Hunter's Hall. And Hunter's Hall. And Hunter's Hall. And for right now, the crops, because they don't grow, shut them down. Oh, so the hunters need to destroy those because 100%... Well, I need you to actually hunt, please. I need you to actually get real food. Because they can destroy 100% of the food we don't have. So we're gonna have to like go back and forth between hunting the locusts and pushing for other stuff. Alright, and we'll see how we do here. So go out and grab some more food. I wish you could kind of split the responsibility and say, hey, half the hunters go hunting hives, half the hunters go hunting food. Because my hope is by the time they get back with the food, the wave will have hit and already destroyed my food. And then we'll be able to switch them to hunting the hives for a little while. And, like, ping-pong it. Come on, just a little bit longer. Oh, the wave lasts for 12 hours. Alright, just go ahead and destroy the hives because they're destroying 90 food. I thought the wave was going to be an instant thing where it just destroyed it and then they were gone. I was not anticipating... Creepy crawlers. Everywhere our tribe members go, they step on swarming locusts. Some ask to at least take the time to keep our campsite workplaces clean, as they are littered with the slimy, splattered locust corpses. Somehow, even the dead insects keep fluttering their wings. We'll spend time, just tough it out, extra discontent, reduced movement speed. Hey, I can't give up productivity, man. I'm sorry. We're barely hanging in here. And also, all of the hunters seem to have stopped doing anything. So I'm not really sure about what's going on with that, but that will be our deaths. Oh, I see. Because we don't know where the hives are, we can't attack them. Oh, this is going to be a rough night. We don't have food. Well, rip us. Oh, good. They'll eat 120% of our food. Yeah, so just hunt as aggressively as you can. All you could do is get food in here in between the locust waves. Oh, we have obliterated those deer. Yep, that overhunting, that'll get you. Just, if the animals are there, go get them. That's all we can do is continue just knock it off as many animals as you can. And eating when you can between the waves. I think this actually is going to work out kind of okay for us. And the reason it's going to be kind of okay for us is we had gone and basically didn't hunt at all for the longest time. We went all in on the farming. And as a result of that, we just never killed the deer population at all. So we're just doing really well with that. Oh, good. They're going to eat 150% of our stored food. Luckily, we are not storing any. Oh, good. Riot. Oh, that's actually going to be bad. Please get food before the riot levels go up. Why is the riot level so high? I mean, our fear is kind of high. I mean, I guess it's because of the whole bug thing. Locust lover. While attempting to tame some of the locusts, Ergaful has taken a liking to them. He insists that we should leave them and their hives alone. They're just trying to survive like us. The other tribes members are unable to decide how to deal with this strange behavior. So, we won't tolerate this. Get rid of those pets. One member of your tribe has increased discontent. He'll probably come to his senses in time. I mean, there's like nothing I could do about it. The locusts are already overrunning, so sure. So we are going to have a panic. The hope is that we can eat before the panic gets too out of control. The hope is also that the panic would hit not in the middle of the night, which is looking very likely. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But here's hope we can ride this one out. The panic is gonna hit right as we hit morning. I think we can live with that, because we're gonna get our eating done. We've got enough wood to probably get through the next night. We are fed, and it'll probably happen. Yeah, there's the panic, and we're fine. Oh, you destroyed 6 random buildings? Okay, so it's 1, 2, 3 of the farms got destroyed. We do have the medicine. Oh man, we are obliterating this poor forest. We lost the main building for that farm. Okay, so we lost basically almost nothing but farm stuff. Let's see. 5-second glass vibe. This is what you get when Rimworld and Don't Starve have a love child. You're not wrong. The lands are finally clear of Locust Swarm takes off. Having destroyed everything they could eat, they raised the skies and disappeared just as quickly as they arrived. Despite the losses against overwhelming numbers, we have survived. There is hope for a better tomorrow. The Locust perk is removed. Act 4, Turmoil. Many of us were twisted by fear and hopelessness. We feared truth and knowledge more than death. As they revealed our frightful position in this terrifying world, some were prepared to do anything to hide from that reality. Others were ready to give up on them, more scared of ignorance than what lurks in the dark. Minus 30, cohesion. We will have cohesion and threshold will increase per outpost. We'll have better trade. Philosophy effects of less balanced access will be 50%. Philosophy effects of more balanced access will be minus. Okay, so if I have like between freedom and control, if I'm along the balance there, it'll be better. If I'm like way on one or the other, it'll be lower. Tolerance change. Okay, so tolerance is gonna go right down the toilet. I understand. So yeah, so we made it through the locust swarms.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right, Luxray, you take it easy. Why are you, like, emanating yellow? Please stop doing that. Alright, so the tribe... Stability is down. I'm gonna burn some influence to turn that back. Oh my god, that was expensive. So we kicked the stability up a notch, using all that influence he built. Everyone is not doing great. So what's going to need to happen here is we've got all our hunters going on to get us food. We're going to need to increase our population, I think. I'm not excited about that, but I think that is going to be a necessity for us. Alright, so we repaired basically all the major damage. Oh good, it didn't destroy the crops we had that much. They did come back a little bit. But yeah, so wood is going to be absolutely catastrophic here in a moment. That moment being like right now. Because those trees not growing basically push the wood line way, way back. You're enjoying watching you over Helltimers too? Yeah. That is one of those things that happens on Twitch, is like when everyone is playing the same game. Which I'm exaggerating, but when there's like that game that really is like the big thing everyone's playing, it makes it pretty rough for people. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and get rid of some of the hunters' places, since those are gonna take over. Because I think we're short on workers. Rumors of conspiracy. A rumor spreads of a group of people among us that hoards food for themselves instead of sharing it with others. Nobody knows where these rumors are coming from, but they are already creating rifts in the tribe. Scary times are ahead of us if we cannot trust each other. Decreases tolerance. Don't believe everything you hear. Yep. I need to get ahead on the wood, and that keeps being the problem. It definitely feels like wood is your big concern in this game. Like, it also feels like beelining to the faster tree growth is maybe like the most important thing here. Just so you can replace the trees, so you don't have to run farther and farther and farther away, because that's been the pain point we've been running into. Alright, come on. Hurry up, because I need them to finish their party so we can get wood cut. Where were you? That you're standing out here in the middle of everything. Oh man, I really need you to hurry that up. Just have to hope they get to it. Oh, those aren't turned on. That's the problem. Turn those on. Turn those on now. I was like, man, I'm just not getting food. I don't understand. This is not gonna bode well for tonight. We got some food in, but that whole situation we got here is not promising. Alright, so we're gonna try and ride this out. Okay, so that should stabilize our food. I do think when we hit daytime, it's time we get more people. Because that's how I'm going to have to get around the wood problems. I'm just going to have more people to throw at cutting wood. Because we should be able to stabilize our food with just an obnoxious number of farms. It may even be the solution is not to have the lumber camp. This is actually something I just thought of. Don't have the lumber camps near the trees. Have them near the stockpile. Let them commute to the tree and then back, and then they can reach the stockpile. And then wherever I put the torches, they can just go whatever way works for them to make it happen. That'll probably be better, because when they're out here in the outskirts, if there's no light, it just the whole thing shuts down, even if the trees are in the range of the light. Okay. So as much as this feels like a bad idea, because I don't really have wood to spare right now. But those are kind of lessons learned. I think we just build the stockpile, we just slap down, like, you know, early game next time, like 4, 6, 8, however many woodcutters. Let them commute, it'll be okay. They'll just go to wherever's closest. Alright, so they're recovering. We've got no spare workers right now, that's with a bunch of stuff still turned off. Alright, we're gonna lean more and more on just having them take the medicine and all that we find and putting that to use in just getting the passive buffs. And we want to get the Tinker's Place built as fast as we can so that we could go to the level 2 and get the trees regrowing, because that is hurting us how far we're commuting to do that. And it's gonna only get worse. I'm kind of surprised we're struggling on the food, even with, what is this, like 5 farms going? Unless there's not workers on them. Yeah, that's what's going on, is we just don't have enough workers. Okay, that's fair. Okay, almost everyone is out of being in shock, which is good. You are a zealot. I don't like the idea of that. Okay, population's still going up, so we're still recovering. Hey, Sell for Sell, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. But welcome in, raiders. And as soon as we have, we can go ahead and get a shout out here in just a second. We can get an idea of what we were playing, but what were we playing today? Hey, Sell for Sell, how's it going? The vile force of darkness has arrived. I mean, we've already been fighting the force of darkness here. Been having a good time with this game, or a bad time, depending on how you want to look at it. But can I get a shout out for Salford Sal, please? But what were we playing tonight, and how did your stream go, and all that? We were doing a sponsored stream for this game too. Nice. Yeah, I finished the sponsored segment. I just been still going. So, how did it go for you? How far did you end up getting? We are in Act 4, and there's definitely not been horrible tragedy. Give me just a moment. I'm going to go ahead and get you that shout out real fast. We're in Act 4? Gotcha. Cool, cool. Shout out. Salford Cell. For those who don't know, Salford Cell, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform. Was also playing this today, but also plays a bunch of other games like Dwarf Fortress, Oxygen not included. My brain's plays a lot of these kinds of like settlement games. Why is my brain being the way it is? It's late here. But welcome in, Raiders. But plays a whole bunch of these types of games where you like build up your colonies or that, build up systems, like actually not included, you have like all your systems you build up. Has done automation games, a whole bunch of that kind of stuff. So if that's the kind of stuff you like, absolutely what you're looking for. But yeah, no, we've definitely recognized a number of things that I think I'll try in the next time I play. She was playing Crusaders King 3 and going medieval lately too. Yeah, absolutely. So good stuff over there. Definitely this place I pop into from, you know, like when I'm able to sneak in around my own schedule. But I'm definitely recognizing some things I'm going to try the next time I play this game to switch up the strategy, because I am noticing the big pain is just commute times. Commute times are absolutely killing me. Alright, and I also didn't grow my tribe nearly fast enough. I'm discovering that in most of these games, like, you want to keep your numbers, like, very slowly growing. This game does feel like you actually want to blow up your population as much as you can sustain with food to be able to have workers to go after the wood, is what I'm finding. Because just trying to get that wood above water has been... Like, we were in a good place, and then things got bad, and we managed to just kind of, like, grasp onto life since then. We haven't really thrived since then, so much as not died. Alright. I'm kind of worried about what Act 4 is going to throw at us. Okay, so when we get back, we should be able to replace our Tinkerer's place that got destroyed. Which is a shame, because we have done literally no research this whole time. Because in one of the earlier events, our research place got destroyed, and we've been just clawing our way out of the hole since then. Like, this is the first time we've actually got a little bit of wood to spare. Alright, so get that Tinker's thing up now. We'll go ahead and put it right there. You think we had someone go insane, so that was cool. Oh, we've been leaning into some of the less healthy stuff. Fallen Explorer. We find a dying stranger lying near our camp. Her tattered clothes are caked in mud, and the strange leather coverings around her feet are soaked red. In her hand, she grasps a small copper device completely alien to us. The woman barely has enough strength to speak. She asks us to carry the lost knowledge she managed to gather at great cost. Please, the builders, it cannot be lost, not after everything. Judging by her shallow breaths, she won't have time to share much. So we can ask about the copper works. Well, we don't have copper. We can ask about the research methods, so we can upgrade research at a reduced cost. Ask about their building tools, resources gained when destroyed building. Ask what happened to her. Research methods. We're so far behind the curve on research. Research methods is the correct answer for our situation. Because here's our research. There is none. Excellent. I want to know what happened to her. I do as well. But right now I'm desperately trying to claw myself out of being behind the curve. And as you can see, with having no tree growth bonuses, we are just making a larger and larger, like, hole of no trees, which just scales badly. Still also didn't let me find out what happened to her when she got the event. Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that you need to be in a better situation to be worthwhile. It could also be with these types of games that if you asked about her, I could see it going one of two ways. One is basically she goes to explain what happened to her and it's effectively a not result. Or two, you find out what happens to her and maybe it gives you a cue of what, like, the event at the end of this one is, or it gives you some, like, bonus against the event that happens this chapter. So I don't even know what the event is for this act. But it could be like, oh, it's going to be fire. And it's like, well, we could do this research to help against the fire. It is always those things with these games, you just gotta try multiple runs to learn those. And I can get really clever with some of these, where you could choose it and it can have a couple different outcomes, like Stellaris is really good about that. That, you can have 2 or 3 outcomes per like, decision kind of thing. So our food is in amazing shape, finally. We've recovered from that. We still just need more workers, and that was the reason we built an extra tent. I don't want to go too far over, because it is one of those things that very easily can get myself in trouble with that. But yeah, I'd like to get going on. How is our fear? It's probably not great. No, it's not great. And that's because I was doing the thing that whoever was out here getting upset with fear, I was rotating out whoever was in here, getting their fear removed, which is fine. I just don't want to micro it that much anymore. I'm kind of getting annoyed with microing it that much, which is fine. But I think that's not the intent, is that you don't, like, swap people constantly. It's that you keep fires going. But I feel like my placement of these, and this is the second batch I built from before, got us in trouble. Okay, so we finally have someone working as a tinkerer. We've got spare people. We'll get through this in-game night, and I'll probably try to just ride out the amount of stuff we've got here to get the tree growth decision. Yeah, mental image of the poor woman holding up the copper device, going, "Let me explain," while someone leverages her foot against her face while prying it from her hands. Why? I mean, she's like literally trying to hand it to you. You wouldn't pry it from her hand. She's offering it openly and willingly. Tier 2, unlocked. Okay. So when we get 50 wood, 85... So we're waiting on the 85 research. We need to get that tree growth thing to try and help us out. Because right now I could go with the cutting down the trees faster, but the issue with that is it doesn't do me any good if I'm just carving the area around me wider and wider, and I lose all that benefit by commute time on my people. We can go here. We have turned to eating most of our medicine. Because we're going to do that. So going into the next night, right when the next night starts, I'm going to do a ritual to keep things moving. Make your bed. The tents are getting messy, so messy in fact that they're starting to affect people's sleep. We have to do something. You can't sleep surrounded by chaos and dirt. Really? Don't we have bigger problems? Tent sleeping time is increased. Yeah, use the influence. It's just influence it costs me to go make them clean their tents? Sure. I could spare the influence, that's fine. Alright. So we got 2 extra workers, so we could finally turn that back on. Which is going to be a problem. Because, like, that's just going to absolutely get drained, and we're working on our limited amount of stone that's going to hurt us. And I'm pretty sure we haven't seen any more stone. Now, granted, our explorers have shut down. Oh, here's one thing we do. Shut down one of the hunters. You're an explorer now. We can keep exploring the map. I haven't managed to get any of my people to any of our territories because we've been so off balance that I haven't spared the supplies to go and make that happen. We might be able to do that here soon. That actually might be something we do here very shortly, is send out an expedition to try and make something happen on a neighboring tile. Oh, right, the spiritual thing. Do it. Because this takes so long, it always bleeds into the next day. Alright, so we're working on that fear. Okay, so spiritual need is handled for right now, so that's good. We haven't checked in a long while. So we're still a ways off before we're going to be able to do anything with any of the other ones. The philosophies, we've only got a little bit towards freedom and not a whole lot going on elsewhere. And the upgrades, we're not going to worry about the axes. We're just going to go right for the forestry. We can worry about what to do after that. We're going to take what supplies we do have. It's going to be time for an expedition, new journey. So we're going to grab 2 stacks of wood, a stack of meat. I'm probably going to regret... Oh, you only get 1? Yeah, don't bring the stone with you. Forget that. Grab 5 of each medicine. Grabbing our stack of food. I have no idea what we need for this. Last time we sent 1 person. So, grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Start your journey northwest. Because the last time we sent out a group, we found a damaged altar, and we decided to pray to it. And because it was like a 40% chance it goes bad and a 60% chance it goes good, we lost that roll. So we lost the person who went because they sent just 1 person. And with it, like 100-something wood and food. So bear with me. So what I'm going to quickly do, because I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to pause the game real fast, use the restroom, and I'll be back here in just a minute. So thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in a few. As well as 556, the big downers, we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like... Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo... And since there's 2 sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. Alright, and for the record, that hard space shipbreaker death you saw there, that was permadeath and like 1 or 2 missions from the end of the game. It was pretty feels bad, man. That said, it was a rough one. You had to take your post-work break? Gotcha. Protection or improvement? Worries about our future keep rising among the tribe members, leading to heated arguments. Some say we should focus on protecting what we already have, while others claim that stagnation would lead us to ruin. Let's see, so protection should be prioritized. So it's the same thing as last time. We got 2 people who really like it, 2 people kind of like it, and 2 people who hate it. Improvement should be prioritized. Same exact breakup, just different people. I'm definitely more in real life in the improvement, because if you make your situation better and you make more things, then, you know, it doesn't matter if you lose some to, you know, people who would take advantage or whatever, because you're just doing better in general. Versus, I do believe if you just are very, like, holding on to your own stuff, yeah, then stagnation will absolutely kill you. Like, you just won't continue to innovate. Alright, we got a decent number of people in shock. It's gonna be mostly our woodcutters. We're going way out into the outskirts. I'm kind of just embracing that, which is probably not the answer, because it's likely going to lead to some high discontent over time. But we'll figure it out. I am curious with how extreme one-way our ideology stuff is going, how that's ultimately going to play out for us. Because we are all Team Beast. Not by deliberate decision, it's just how it's worked out. So with this, we were going up here. How are your guys not totally insane? Because they keep the fire running constantly here. So when they do start going into shock, they go to the fire, and then they set the fire, and it goes down a lot. It looks they're all mostly satisfied and not fearful. Yeah, no, a whole lot of people are, yeah, so that's the thing. Even during the daylight, the fire brings down your fear. So it is worth just, if you can afford it, running it forever. Can I afford it right now? Not really, if we're being honest with ourselves. It's not really looking good. Gotta build another one of those. So we have plenty of food. Now the downside is, as we increase our population, it does hurt our stability, if I remember correctly. There's one of these stats. Yeah, here. Tribe population massively penalizes cohesion. They're getting really, really strong. Yeah, I mean, don't destroy it. Just leave it there. So the stone pit is done. There's no stone left in the pit. So get it out of here. And with that, that gives us one spare person. So now we just need to get the 85 research so that these trees could start growing back. Because that's our big consequence right now, is just plague. Tribes members get sick during the plague. Does that mean I need medicine? I'm assuming that means I need medicine. And they probably don't work while they're sick. I think that's a safe assumption. I can't tell if it does extend past here, or it's just like, it's not clear. So it actually seems like that's a short event from what this is implying, that I just have like a day that we're gonna have. Oh, nope, there it goes. It just didn't load in the graphic yet. Alright, what's it cost to make more medicine places? Green medicine? Ah, come on, man. We're just gonna hope we have enough. Because I don't know if that's what I need. Embraced by fire. As our bodies and our minds beg for proper sleep, we are forced to consider desperate measures. We could use more wood in our nightly fire. The extra warmth would make our sleep much better. Neglecting that option would be more resourceful, but would we be able to... Tough thing to swallow. So you do have... Alright. I'm going to say use more wood. I mean, your discontent is kind of okay. I'm just gonna absorb the discontent on this one. We deny ourselves a chance of a good rest, even though we know it is necessary. We can't help but keep longing for a big cozy fire. Go forward. Alright, so I'm letting the wood supply go. The fire did turn out because I spent all of our wood making the, more of the green medicine production. Because my guess of the plague is I need medicine. But we'll see what happens with that. Need spiritual, needs soon. The ones who wander out in the night with the red eyes, I have this bad feeling that something is going to happen with that. That down the road we're gonna have like some event where all the ones who have the red eyes will betray us or will wander off, or like some big negative event will happen with that, because it just feels like a thing that would happen. All right. So food, we're in great shape. Wood, we're not in particularly good shape. I don't really want to increase my population more, since this chapter seems to be about instability. Like, it's literally named Turmoil. So my guess is the plague what'll happen is we'll need medicine as one aspect of it. But my assumption of what the other aspect is going to be is just the fact that we're going to have a bunch of our people... Like, it's going to probably have our cohesion and all that's going to take a massive hit, and that the negative effects from that are going to compound, is my guess. I don't know if that's true or anything like that, but there's that. So I'm going to just try and have medicine coming back as much as possible. We're not going to be able to build more. Not meaningfully. If I go and I take the time to build the next one, it's going to be too little too late. So we're just going to hope we have enough materials to ride this out. Stop exploring. We probably don't need that. You perished of hunger. I have 300... Oh, it's because they're in shock and they don't eat when they're in shock. That's fair. Alright. So the next night we're gonna... At least you can't be hungry if they're dead. It's true. Not really the best way of approaching it, but it is true. Alright, so we're almost at the point we'll be able to get the trees growing back faster. I feel like I should have had that at the end of Act 2. Let alone going 2 full acts of just carving this big hole out of this whole area. Alright, a pack of feral beasts has been following us. So far they have kept their distance, but that won't last forever. We can attempt to lose them through the mountains, sacrifice some of our food as bait, or try to slay an animal for them. We could head through the mountains, which will delay our ability to travel. We could sacrifice our food. We could slay an animal. We're going to take our chance of slaying the animal, because I'm noticing the food and wood supplies are getting low. So, good luck. We track down a deer that's wandered from its pack. It fails to see us coming. No sooner does the animal's blood spill on the ground than we hear the beast frenzy howl nearby. The carcass will surely satiate their hunger. We got some food for ourselves as well. Go farther. We're gonna run out of wood, though. So I don't think we bring medicine with them in the future. It feels like it's wooden food is the big things they need. So I'm just trying to hoard supplies at the moment. And then once we get past there to like the next part, we'll build after the plague is over, because I don't know the impact of the plague quite yet, so we're just doing what we can to be as ready as we can. Man, they are so slow at getting that medicine. I feel like I do need like a torch there, but I'm not going to do it at this phase. Alright, so plague is here. What does plague do? As far as like, it says it gets sick, but I need like actual game mechanics. What does it do? The plague, a horrible sickness is spreading among us. Our bodies ache and we feel our strength withering away. The fear of being infected is making it so much harder to stick together. We must do whatever we can to stop the spread. Try to isolate the infected, otherwise this could be a burden that breaks us. We can do this. Try to isolate the infected? Oh. Well, you see, I do have the issue of not having remotely enough influence to do that. %10 of your tribe will be infected when this hits. So my guess is every time there's a social interaction, the disease has either a chance or does spread. And then there's also, you'll have this thing that kicks over. So it does seem like the medicine maybe doesn't do anything at all, which is kind of a bummer. But we shall see. What I'm going to do is, if this works the way like actual disease work, you have the fear of exponential growth, whereas you have people who are infected. The more people you have infected, the faster they could spread the disease to other individuals, so it has an exponential growth problem. So that would mean we want to use this as early as possible if I get the chance to use it at all, which I probably won't. So I guess in this means we just ride it out, because there's nothing I could do to solve it or to counter it. I just don't have what I need for it. Building upgrades, forestry. Thank you. Ooh, hey, beds might be a win. Yeah, so hay bed seems like the next one. The less time we spend sleeping, the more times we spend working. So that'll be really good for us. Now having the faster tree growth, that should help us out a great deal. Because these trees should effectively start catching up to what we've done to them. And it should almost like bring back down the commute times. So I'm wondering if we hit 100% plague, if we just die. Or, like, if people will die of plague every once in a while. It's unclear. But as you can see, now that we're all kind of clustered together in a narrow area, the plague is spreading faster, which I just assume is because they're having... Gotcha, so they do perish from sickness. Okay. Well, interestingly enough, if we do have more people popping in as this goes on, it just means we're going to have a low population on the other side. So we might just... I mean, I was going to say let this run its course. I actually think we don't get a choice about the matter in the first place. I think it's just going to do what it's going to do, and that's what we have to live with. Because I need more influence to do anything. I can just push this button once to delay the spread of the plague for 1 day, and that's as good as it's gonna get. Alright, time to take a trip. Our journey has found mushrooms similar to whatever we have seen used in rituals. We are no shamans. We might be able to make use of them anyways. Our spirits would benefit from the nourishment. Eat the mushrooms. There is a 50% chance of spiritual needs satisfied, a 25% chance of a massive hit to fear, and a 25% chance to food need worsened and discontent. Or we can leave them alone and nothing happens. We're leaving those alone. Go farther. It's interesting that they didn't die due to lack of wood. I figured when the wood disappeared, they're going to disappear periodically. All right. So that's an outpost we need. That's an ore mine. That's excavation. The furnace doesn't do us any good. We don't have the supplies. Yeah, so all those are depending on us reaching new locations. So we basically just need to ride out the plague. I wonder if it's one of those things that anyone who gets infected dies in like 2 days. Let's also see, what does it say with the plague? It doesn't really say anything, honestly. Ah, there's a 5% chance of spreading the plague. The chance to disappear per hour. Okay. Right, so we get the plague, and the goal would be to prevent it from going around. So let's limit the ability to interact with anyone who has the plague to see if we can't knock it down a little bit. So we just let that 10% hit. In theory, what should happen, since I told them to not interact for a day, we're going to have a number of people reduce having the plague, and we should gain no additional people with the plague until the next wave. That's the theory. I got one person panicking. I fear if I do the Spirit Lodge that they stand all next to each other. My fear is that will count as social interactions when they're standing there next to each other. So I kind of want to be careful about doing that. I mean, granted, they're not supposed to do any social interactions for 1 day. So maybe what happens is as we go into nighttime, we hit the thing to do the ritual while they're still under the not allowed to socialize with each other for a while. That's fine. Let's trigger it now so that we know it ends before that happens. Does that also get our spirituality under control? Yeah, so we're not seeing the count go up yet. And we hit that right as we went into daytime. The don't talk to each other. So my hope is they'll finish this, they'll go to bed, and we can ride this out. Cool. So we did use that before that went away. So I wonder if there's any type of cooldown or thing, like if someone's been infected and they get better, are they immune? If they've been infected and got better, is there a period of time before they can get infected again? Or is it just open season? Because I'm curious how you actually... Because 5% chance per social interaction versus 5% or 0.5% chance per hour. Twisting path. As the blazing sun hammers down on us, we keep soldiering on. But with every step, with every twist, distort, up becomes down, everything spins and the path ahead splits into 3. We swear we hear whispering in the dark. At least we think. A burbling, gargling sound. Go right, fear plus 25. Go down the middle, discontent and increased travel time. Go left, 40% chance someone dies. 40% chance of a relic, 20% chance of nothing. We're going to take our chances with left. So, 60% chance nobody dies. They died. Perfect. As we walk down the path, the dark shadow falls on us. We look up where a sharp or shape larger than anything we have seen fills the sky, moving closer and closer. The earth shakes and crackles as something reaches down towards Yolap. He has no chance to realize what's happening before he disappears together with whatever took him. Cool. More food for the rest of us. Considering we're basically out of food. I also like how both times we've had 60% chance of not bad, 40% chance of bad, we've lost. Which is still entirely within a reasonable amount of statistics, but still. Alright, next plague wave is going to be 10% of the tribe. I understand. And I have noticed our population doesn't seem to be going... Why did you perish from hunger? We've got 300... Oh, it's because they were in shock. Never mind. I always forget that they won't even eat while they're in shock. Alright. So far, the plague has only killed, I think, 2 people so far? It is getting a higher and higher percentage of the group, though, which is a bit concerning. So we lost 1 person on a journey. You're taking green medicine, which is helping keep you from getting too upset. We're taking the yellow medicine to help with productivity as well. How is our fear going? We got a lot of people who are getting really high on fear. Those are going to be our lumber workers primarily. Alright, hang on a second. Get the right person for the right job. Alright. Is Twitch chat still alive? That is an excellent question. Nope, Twitch chat died at some point, unfortunately. I don't think it was Plague that got him. It was probably when we were desperate for wood that things got ugly. They probably went around that phase. No, you know what probably had it? It was the flooding. Because we had a really bad time in the flooding. I don't remember checking after the flooding. So there's a real... The heart with the sunglasses is ridiculous. Alright, so sickness got you. So the plague is still spreading. We're doing what we can. We unfortunately can't really do anything to prevent this. We just gotta... Because there's no mechanic I can think of other than deliberately trying to make our people not get near each other. But I don't see how you do that where everyone needs to come back to the fire. Yeah, so you're sick. You've got weird gleam. You're starving. You're delirious. Yeah, so they're in shock and almost immediately got out of shock. The one did. They've only got the one in shock. Alright, so plague ends in 20 hours. The question is, when the plague ends, will everyone who is infected die? Or will they just get better? Is it just it stops spreading, but it keeps rolling the dice? That's what makes me curious, because if it is not something like they just all suddenly die, then the plague has actually not been that bad for us. But we'll see. Like, we definitely lost a couple people, but like the flooding was the one that really took us. It dropped us down to like 7 people. Because we were desperately doing everything we could just to keep the fire going. A wounded beast. As our journey makes its way through the narrow strip of land on an otherwise flooded swamp, we spot a mighty bear lying against the bottom of an uprooted tree. It looks like the last 3 times, so it looks 3 times the size of an average man. The black fur is stained with blotches of blood. The boar's... Wait. Oh, it's a boar, not a bear. I'm sorry. I was like, wait a second, it says boar. The boar's eyes are closed. Aside from a slow, shallow breath, it lies completely still. We can either deal with the boar, or take a longer route around it. So we're getting really low on food, and our fear and discontent is going. So we can gain a boar skull, 25 food, a 65% chance or 35% chance they die. We can try to scare the boar, 80% chance nothing happens, 20% chance they die. We take the longer way around. Well, we're about out of food, so kill it. Hey, we didn't have a bad roll for once. Not knowing how much strength the boar still has left, we approach it with silent steps, hoping that the beating of our hearts won't give us away. Once we close enough, we attack. The boar springs to its feet, throwing its huge head from side to side, trying to impale us with the deadly tusks. The beast is furious, but too slow. We keep avoiding its attacks and strike back again and again. More blood spills onto its fur. The beast squeals in pains. We yell with fury. In the whirlwind of tusks and spears. Finally, the boar succumbs to its fate. It collapses on the ground. So we gain 10% influence and meat. Go farther. Alright. So we're going to gain more fear and more discontent. So we're going to go farther. And then after that, they have to come back. Because we'll hit 100% fear. And I have a feeling if we hit 100% fear, then it's probably bad. I wasn't expecting to be like chapter 5 or that. I'm also wondering if you're expected to like keep doing them in series, or if you do like 2-3 of them, you come back, you do 2-3 of them, you come back, like how that works. All right, so we're having a lot of people die of plague now. So the plague ends in 5. That said, we're still holding on here okay. But we will have to wait till our population recovers. Alright, so the plague ends soon. So my curiosity will say like no one new can get infected or what the outcome is, or just you get better. The plague is over. Our tribe members feel their wariness disappear as the plague dies down. The time for isolation is over. Even against an invisible, insidious threat, we managed to pull through. Enjoy it while you can. Yay! Next chapter, I assume? No, we're still in turmoil? I don't like that. Maybe when we hit the end of the day, it'll go, everything will be okay? I mean, it seems fine. I was expecting it to say Act 5, bad things happening. Unless this one has multiple events or like the plague comes back in waves or something like that. Until you hit some type of threshold. Alright, so how are we doing at home? Hey, look, most of the people aren't full of anger and misery right now. Neat. And I mean, it's mostly our explorers who are traveling are the ones who are absolutely miserable. You know, where I've told them to basically march and march and march, and, you know, it's going fine. Mostly in green. I know, right? I'm also fairly concerned that we have yet to find more stone. Is that green medicine? Heck yeah. How are we doing on this? Ooh, you're actually right about to unlock something there. Building upgrades. We're waiting for the 85 because I wanted to get reduced sleep time. I mean, the bar shine. Ancient formulas. I don't even know what that is. Stone production doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Crop area +1. Okay, that'd be amazing. More farm hands. I'm not too worried about that. Economical flames. Beacon wood burning -20%. Quick growth. Okay, so we get more medicine faster. That's fine. Hey, the OG Mana, how's it going? It's, the tribe has definitely not had any major tragedies that we will speak of. Just ignore the fact that our population is not maxed out. It's definitely everything is fine. How are we doing? We got lots of ancient formulas. Oh, so ancient formulas is the reduced cost of research. Oh, that would be good. So yeah, our discontentment and fear are in pretty good shape. Our cohesion is actually doing relatively well, which is good. Our tribe members are all doing relatively alright. So we're actually doing pretty good at the moment. And for those who don't know, the OG Mana, fantastic content creator. I definitely recommend checking them out. Play a variety game, primarily in the simulation area. Play stuff like SnowRunner, Farm Sim, that kind of thing. So if you're looking for that, you can find that over there. Definitely someone to check out. Alright, so we're just traveling farther and farther for the wood. And that said, at least we're somewhat balancing it out. I'm a little worried that the trees are not growing back fast enough to support us. They're better. Like, you just saw there was one that grew up here a second ago. Let's see. New remedies. Alright, so it's going to be -4. So that's actually fine. Let's see. We find an old hut that seems to be long abandoned. Its moss-covered roof has caved in. The walls are dark with rot. Next to it, there are planted bushes that have entangled together. There are 3 kinds: a long, round, and spiky leaves. People often grow useful plants together with poisonous ones to ward off animals. But if that's really the case here, we can't tell which is which. We could taste the long leaves. There's a 50% chance we gain relaxing herbs, or a 50% chance the person dies. We can eat the round leaves. There's a 50% chance we gain relaxing herbs. There's a 50% chance someone dies. Okay, so since the game is early access, what is expected to change in the full release? Or is it new early access? It just went into early access yesterday, so I don't know. So 50-50 chance someone dies, 50-50 chance we gain relaxing herbs. So I feel like all the parts are half a chance of death. Yeah, or you could do nothing. I don't know what relaxing herbs are, but I feel like I want those. Round leaves. And they died.
Thank you, Holiday, for subscribing for 2 months.
Thank you, Holiday, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that support. Been subbed to the channel for 2 months. I do hope you you are enjoying your advertisement previewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you so much for that support. I believe that I'm what, up to 2 or 3 Legos IO. Let me check. So we got holidays. So that's 1 Lego IO. Doran, I believe I still owe a Lego for. Yeah. So I owe 2 Legos. For those who don't know, every time I get a sub or 100 biddies, I do a Lego. I usually wait till I have a couple before I jump onto it. So I've got 2 Lego pieces I need to put on here. It's a kit we've been working on for a while. So let me go ahead and get that knocked out, and we're almost done with it. We're like on that home stretch. So there's 1 piece. And you go on the front of this thing where? I see you go here, but how do you connect? Oh, I see. Alright, so I'm going to turn this so you can see a little bit better, because I see that that's in the way. So this goes, I can't actually see what I'm doing. Like that. And then the next piece is I need this. And these. So the next piece is to go right here on this little thing. I believe we're making some kind of light bar. And we're slowly building up the kit. Is that a mover rover? I mean, at this point, people have figured it out. It is I believe it was a Mars rover, actually, if I remember correctly. You not seen this game? It's a fantastic game. It only came out yesterday for early access, so we did send off the person and they died, but that's okay. Because you're just going to keep going on by yourself. Obviously, if we have like the next one that says 50-50 chance you die, we don't take it. So we did not get relaxing herbs. All we found was death. So, you know, that's cool, I guess. Sometimes you find death. Alright, so we got our yellow medicine, it's going fine. We got our green medicine, it's going fine. I'm waiting for our population to pick back up. Because unfortunately we've taken some pretty bad losses. Sometimes death finds you. That it does. So at 85, we can cut back on our sleeping schedule to get more work out of our people. Have you been spending all your time in Helldivers? Yeah, no, a lot of people have. I hear it's a good game. I didn't get it myself. Just didn't get a hold of a key or whatever. But, it looks fun. Retreat from the outer world. Something dark is growing within our tribe. Our minds have endured too much as it is, and the beginning to unravel. If there is any hope of survival, it is abandoning the outer world and its horrors. We must ask now, before violence can change to break out once more. Call everyone back to camp. Act 5, Cataclysm. Day after day, we watched our fellow tribe members lose themselves to the horrors of this world. Madness and cruelty. I love that off note. Madness and cruelty makes me think Doki Doki. Will grind us down until we are unrecognizable. Something less than before. Those of us still hanging on to hope and sanity can only prepare for the inevitable. Despair. Spiritual need increased interval at 75%. Unrest. Panic buildup is 50% faster. Loss of control. Influence gain minus 25. Ow. Does that mean I'm losing influence per day? What does that even mean if I lose all my influence? Because it takes 2 days, I'm going to run out of influence. So that would imply if I hit 0 influence, that they no longer answer to me in any way, which is, you know, whatever. As I say, there is only one way to find out. So the tribe, tribe member fear is +5 per day. Oh, that's just the lost on a journey. Wait, oh, right, because we had someone die the previous day. That checks out. Cohesion is at 100. Excellent. We are all well cohesioned. All right. Feels like Frostbug with all the negatives. Oh yeah, no, it does make you think of it, because like you also have, you can't see it too well because I'm in daylight, but this is kind of the equivalent of the heat, that if you're outside of that, like you slowly start freezing to death. The difference is instead of freezing to death, you have fear, and if the fear gets too bad, they start having breakdowns. Cataclysm is coming for all of us. Okay, so we're about to have a cataclysm in 3 days. So we've got our next tier of research going. Honestly, so I was saying we would reduce the sleep schedule. I'm thinking we'll do the brighter fire. So that's gonna hit our wood supply pretty hard. But what that should do is this inner area gets to be wider and we get a little bit more space there, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong in how that worked and completely wasted resources, but you know, there's only one way to find out after all. I've noticed we've been not gaining any meaningful number of tribesmen for a while, which does worry. Oh, do not turn all those on. Which worries me. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off for a little bit. We're doing fine in our fear for the moment. So I'm going to let that just kind of go for a little bit until we have someone have a break. Yeah, the workers doing the lumberjacking are trying their best. But I do feel like I delayed a lot of my research. Well, that was a bummer. Someone got yoinked trying to get to camp in time. I could adjust when they go back and all that. I'm just deliberately not doing it because I want them to work as long as possible. I have a feeling the ones with the red eyes are going to betray us in some way. What I'm curious is, since the game doesn't really have a combat mechanic... Oh, those numbers are just red now. Well, that's lovely. Since there isn't like a combat mechanic that we've seen of any kind in the game, I'm curious how that'll actually work. Like, if they will... You know, there'll be a thing that, like, depending on the number of them, some number of your people die or whatever. Yeah, so I think the next time I do a playthrough, I'm gonna have the stockpile, like, put it, you know, wherever between free resources or whatever, and we're gonna put the wood cutting locations near that. The journey ends. The return. The journey to the outer world has made it back alive. They explored new lands and brought goods back to the tribe. Welcome back. They brought a boar's head. Cool. So I gain 10% more influence, which nets me a negative 18 influence per day, because, you know, we're having a huge negative effect in our influence kind of thing. I'm assuming the Cataclysm is like the end game event, where we make or break. Now, I'm not feeling great about our current situation going into it, because I don't know what to expect. I'm assuming the worse you handled things throughout the game, just based on kind of the way the event appears, that the worse the event is going to be when it actually occurs. Or if you set yourself up for success, you're far more likely to just endure it just fine. Where if things have been really rough, you're going to have more and more people who are going to cause problems. Really? I have a person who's unassigned? Okay. Alright, so there's really not a whole lot I'm going to work on right now. We're just going to put on full fast forward to get to the Cataclysm faster. Because we're just trying to stockpile stuff. I'm saving up for research as well. We don't have any stone to really do anything meaningful. We do have an explorer out there to keep exploring. It did send our people back. It was also one of those things that it made the whole comment saying like, hey, we're abandoning all of our outposts, which I didn't have any. So that's my assumption, is that this end game event would be that. Oh, so when we get to nighttime tonight, we're gonna do another ritual thing. So one last party before the cataclysm. Basically, the spiritual need is starting to build up pretty high, so we want to get that under control. Put ourselves in the best situation we can going into whatever the heck this is. Like, food we're good, wood we're not where I want to be, but it should be okay. Meanwhile, alright. Servants and shepherds. A decision needs to be made between two aspects of the servants of shepherds. We can have yellow medicine have a chance to increase neuroticism every time you consume medicine by 1%, and have the medicine increase conscientiousness by 1 when consuming it. Or we could just get a... Let's take our chances. Who is about to get neurotic? A whole lot of people. Alright, we're right about to hit the cataclysm thing here. I imagine it's probably when we go into night. Okay, so what happens with the big red awful that I see here, where they've even turned the numbers red? The cataclysm. As this cataclysmic eclipse surrounds us, the tribe is pushed to its breaking point. Those already infected with the weird gleam fall into insanity. There is no reason or compassion left in them. They are lost to the tribe. If we cannot keep them busy with their monument of madness, they will soon give in to murderous impulses. The world breaks as insanity begins to take hold. Once the last of us loses their sanity, it will all be over. Keep the insane busy. Tribe member corrupted with weird gleam go insane. Your tribe gets cataclysm. Tribe members will become insane instead of weird from low spiritual need. Sunlight -1. Okay. So basically we can sacrifice materials. We can sacrifice materials. Oh, good! 17 of our 21 people are currently insane. So what dialogue does all this say? Insane tribe member will use meat to build with instead of sacrificing sane members. Insane tribe members will use stone to build with instead of sacrificing sane members. Wood, copper, relics, meat. Oh, good. Just build with meat. Who do we have that's still sane? Yeah, that's going great. Hey, we got the person going for... So we got a lumberjack, a crop farmer, and all that. So you, with the yellow mushrooms, Org, whatever your name is, you have a new job. Do you know what that new job is? I want you to be the shaman here. And the first thing you're gonna do is immediately do a ritual. Because apparently, spiritual need is very important right now. I don't know what they're building, but I hate it. Oh, they just walked off with like 90 food. Okay. So, I don't like any of those noises you're making. Oh. Well, that's... So, I guess the idea here would be you need to get to this event with just a surplus of stuff. And to have as few insane people as possible to ride this out and still have materials to go on the other side. So what we're also going to do is there's no reason to have anyone set to wood cutting. We're not getting any wood, which is very upsetting. Well, it says actually you are chopping a tree. That's bold of you, friend. So, our growing people are trying their absolute best to just keep food rolling in here to try and drag this out as long as possible. Because the implication is if we don't give them something else to take to build their stuff out of, they take our people. I do wonder if there's a risk of them completing their thing, and if they complete it, then, you know, we also suffer for it. Crop lumberjacking, spirit lodge. They're building whatever these are. Very soon we're going to be out of food. And out of wood. And I believe when that happens, people are going to disappear real fast. Yeah, they're building something over here real quick. Stone. The section amount being built cannot be changed again, just yet. Okay. Oh no, that's not what you want. Don't take them, please. Oh. Take the meat. I think they grabbed all of our remaining villagers, so we're just waiting for them to be led into the, into here. Not that it matters, the fire is right about to go out. I figured with the red eyes, it was going to be a thing that was going to come back to haunt us at some point. Maybe we need to be more dictatory. No, so my basically the implication was the ones with the red eyes that we ran into is my assumption of how that actually worked was that they got the red eyes because their spiritual need was not met at some point that we got there. So we did get all the way to, I'm assuming that was the end of the game, that if we would have survived that event, that would be the end of that one. I don't know that for a fact, but that felt very end game-esque, where they had the big reveal of the ones with the red eyes would turn against you. But yeah, so we got a score of 19,848. We survived 89 days with a tribe members total of 65. Tribe members that survived were none. We upgraded 2 buildings and we produced 10,198 resources, but we did die. So with all that said, what I'm going to go ahead and do is it's only normally, I would normally go for about half an hour longer, but I'm not going to do that because there's no, like, I could switch games, but by the time I switch, I'd play for 20 minutes and we wouldn't get anywhere. Or I could start our round and we would probably not even get through the first act. So I do think that is a good point to stop. So what's going to end up happening is I'm going to go ahead and stop what's, streaming over on YouTube. So for those on YouTube, like and subscribe, but the stream is going to end there. For here, we're going to go find someone for us to raid. So don't go anywhere because that will be a good time. Now, for everyone who did pop in with all the raids, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid and all that good stuff. That I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed.